Good morning, colleagues. Let's start again with our meeting. So we're here at Wusu. This place is called what, Chair? Vetlisi. What? Vetlisi. The reason why we chose this campus was because when we interacted with yourselves on the 19th of November, there was a lot of issues that came from the student leadership and the workers about some infrastructure challenges and how much we're paying CFO for those infrastructure services. So we felt maybe let's come and see them because management was reporting one thing and staff and students were reporting another. So we've walked through, we've seen the water storage up there, which currently there you have about 30,000 liters that you can store currently. Because we've got 3 10,000 liter capacity tanks. You are building 6 more that side. And then you do have 3 more somewhere on campus. We took your word for it on that one. We did not want to go and see it. So we took your word for it. And then we went to see the pump station that we are building. So maybe the project managers, you might need to, if it's not on your slides, you might need to, when members ask, have information ready about the completion date, when did it start, what will be the challenges, and all of those things. But I think from that part of the water infrastructure, I think from what we've seen, I'm personally satisfied that because you did say somewhere around April you want to conclude. I'm comfortable that there is progress that seeks to make sure that the lives of our students who will be on this campus will not be affected negatively by water resources. When we met, Chair, your team did go through or went to town with us about the state of readiness, which is just 2 months ago. So what, if nothing has changed, it's okay, we still have that information. What we want you to concentrate on is on the enrollments that would have happened since the beginning of this 2026. If your target in the entire institution was 10,000, how far are you in reaching those targets? I know sometimes you make offers, but the children that you have made offers to have been made or given offers elsewhere as well. So they tend to wait and weigh their options. So you not registering will not necessarily mean that, there's nothing that the university has done. So that part we do understand. Just give us the, if you had 10,000 that we are supposed to register F10s, how far are you with that? What are the challenges? The challenges across all programs, or you have a specific program that is falling behind, and what are the issues? What is the institution doing to close those gaps? Then you do the same with returning students. These are the spaces that we have. This is how far. I know normally returning students and postgraduates, they register late. So, but then give us the stats as far as that is concerned. When we were doing the walkabout, members would have raised chair when you took us to one of your biggest on campus lecture rooms. The issue of it may sound small that the overhead projector was small. I mean, I think this one is even bigger, the one that we have here. For students who are at the back there, they might struggle. It might look small, but when you look at the throughput rate and the pass rates, what might be affecting those things might be the students who are sitting there at the back might not necessarily one hear the lecture because the audio is not there, but also they might not see. So I know members, Honorable Msezan, I'm not defending them, but the university indicates that they are unable to massively invest here because they don't own the land. And I think that is where members, we must come in, because the land, as we are told now, is owned by Public Works. And I think we might need to have a joint committee, obviously not only on yours, who must check with other universities as well, those that are occupying land that they don't own, but is owned by a different department of the same government. We might need to have a joint portfolio committee in the next term with Public Works to address this, because I don't understand why would we, I mean, education, we claim that education is a social good. And that is why government is funding free education for the poor in this country. And then another department of the same government does not give a public institution land that they themselves are not using. For me, and that public institution will be using it for educational purpose. For me, it doesn't make sense. It's something that I think we must have that joint committee as soon as the second term starts. We'll put it on the program. Let's have a meeting with Public Works to clarify. When we do so, Dati Mabusela, you are the highest ranked official from the department here. Would want the department to liaise with all other institutions to say, University X is the campus that you are using that is situated in the land that you don't own, and that land is owned by another government department. Let them give us those details, and then before the end of Feb, the department must give us that information. So write to all institutions, public institutions, public universities, public TVET colleges. Let's get this information so that when we go to that meeting with Public Works, we're able to say, Wusu Komani Campus, there's this campus that has so many hectares that you are not using, and because education, this government has declared education as a public good, act what you are saying by giving it to the university. Let's finalize the issue of a title deed so that the institution can start looking for funds to upgrade their own campus, because they can't do it because they don't own it. Tomorrow Public Works might come and say, no, we want our land. So they can't put anything here. So let's, Tate Mabusela, by end of the month, let's give a report back. So it will be on the 27th of February. It will be on a Friday. By Friday, 27th February, you'll give us the details of all institutions, all campuses, all universities, and all public TVET colleges. You give us that information. I thought, Chair, I must start there because for me it's extremely important that even when we engage, and we've always said, we are not what we are sometimes made out to look like. People think that this destructive community just want to fight we don't believe that's our mandate. I believe that our mandate, working together with institutions, is to make sure that we make the system better, so that when we leave, the institutions or the system is far better than when we came in. So NSFAS problems that, appeals will be responded after 2 years. That's not, when we leave, that must not happen. We want a system where NSFAS should be able to say, you appeal on the 2nd of February today, and latest on the 5th of February, you've got a response, latest, because the system would have been created in such a way that it's student-centric. It's there. We want universities to be the same. We don't want this thing where you guys, as WUS, you've suffered last year where you lost Deputy Vice Chancellor, circumstances which were not yet clear, but it might very well be that because of the portfolio the former DVC was holding, it might have very well it might have had something to do with tenders. So we don't want a system where our people in the sector, their lives are put at risk because they don't want to do something wrong. They don't want to give Tebogo a tender when Tebogo doesn't deserve it. And if they don't do so, Tebogo then hires people to kill people. So we don't want to leave a system like that. We want a system that will be able to even make it impossible for those who want to corrupt it to be corruptible. We want a system, VC, where when parents give us their children now, at the beginning, they're 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, they know at the end of the year their children will go back home safe. We don't want a system where on campus, either on campus arrest or off campus arrest, students are sexually harassed, they are raped, and the institution protects the perpetrators. And when you ask them, they've got the guts to even say that you are speaking for that victim because you probably have some sexual relations with them. It has happened to us, VC and Chair, when we interacted with Sol Plaatje recently. I think it was on the 12th of November, a week before you came. Very bad things came out. A person is accused of sexual harassment. But because they are SRC, they are protected over a victim. Whereas they then hire this person to be part of this student support in the office of the register. A register now it says, now a person who even confessed to having done the sexual harassment, and the victim was expelled. She's at home. The perpetrator is on campus rewarded with some employment. And then not even followed a process that they can defend. They say, no, this one is not an employee. It's as if they say it's an intern. But, there's no advert. Somebody can recommend them. And then, some shady process. They don't see anything wrong. Highest ranked individuals in the institution, there, accused of sexual harassment against another person in management. That lady was in management, was then charged for bringing the university under disrepute. When the criminal case in court for that sexual harassment was only sitting this year, I think 27, 28 January. Last year they charged the lady, they say, you with this sexual harassment have brought the university under disrepute. Madness. And then when you ask them, Honorable Msizana, because we are men. I don't know, you know, so. So we don't want to leave a system like that. Here next door, not far from here, we lost, actually, both at in Alice and Nelson Mandela, we lost a number of young girls last year. And 3 in Alice, Fort Hare, allegations that the autopsy, a report came back and said all of them would have been raped. And Nelson Mandela, in you know, the young girl there from Tata, even took her own life because she was sexually harassed, opened a case against an SRC person, and then the victim felt the institution chose the side of the perpetrator, and she could not take it. She was young, during first year. Instead of us taking the child back to her home with a degree, being a better person, having an opportunity to take a family somewhere, we took her back there in a body bag. So our system must improve. So when we question certain things, it's not because we want to be relevant. No, we don't. We want to help, working together with you guys, to make sure that the system becomes what it's supposed to be. Become a system that will make a difference in the lives of our people. People who must come out of here must go out there, grow our economy, make sure that they create jobs, they grow the economy for reduce unemployment, reduce poverty, for our country to become a better country, for our people of this country to have hope that indeed higher education is a factory of knowledge production. We are producing that thing instead of producing angry people into society who sometimes go out there and because we've produced angry people, they go out there and they become worse. So I thought, Chair NBC, I must start by saying so. Please feel free to tell us, there are certain things we have not seen here that might be needed in Mthatha, for an example. As we're going to speak to the department. The department, we have directed them, Honorable Khachau, through the acting DDG of skills, that they must coordinate on their infrastructure funds that they know they won't spend by end of March. They must repurpose them. Obviously, they must speak to National Treasury. To say, National Treasury, I was supposed to build a hall. I could not build a hall, but there are halls in Husu, at Univen, at UL, at CUT, that needs revamping, that needs us to put proper infrastructure inside. So we want to repurpose this money and take it to those areas instead of us taking it back. So we've said to the department that the Mabusela head, his department, must coordinate that. And I'll write to him by Monday next week and give them until end of February to tell us what is it that they will be doing in March to make sure that becomes a reality. We don't get a report when we're dealing with their fourth quarter report and annual report that suggests that they have taken money to Treasury on infrastructure as they normally do every year. So I thought I must just start with those words. I don't think we'll take long here. When we leave here, VC and Chair, after when we conclude, would want to, the students will help us identify, and as far as accreditation team is here, and as far as itself is here, who was supposed to be paying accommodation here from those 4 people? Professor. I'm told NSFAS was trying to take them out, that threatening court case, whatever the case may be. I don't know how that will affect landlords because that might be a sore point, VC. You might have prepared everything, but if landlords refuse to take students in, students will be forced to strike, and when they strike, they will come on campus, and it might look like there's a strike at WUSU, but it's a strike with accommodation that is outside of your scope. We did lose a student which were not happy with how the university handled that matter by claiming that the person was not a student, created an impression that the student was a criminal entering a campus probably to steal. So we don't want any of those things to happen. So I'm going to hand over to you, Chair, and then you will then give to whoever must respond, present, and then we'll then take IF, and then from IF we will take the students and the workers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intention is not to speak as long as I did in Parliament. That's largely because we have a new management. And you know what they say about a new broom. I'm sitting with my Vice Chancellor, Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, who started her tenure for the next 5 years on the 1st of January, 2026. The last time I appeared with my council before you, I did not have a Vice Chancellor with me. And I know some members didn't appreciate that, but no point in crying over spilt milk. We've turned a new page now. We are looking forward to progress with Dr. Mgwebi. The next thing I want to say is just to tell us this campus, you know things better when you know where they come from. This structure that we are occupying today was built by the apartheid government in 1986 as a teacher training college. In those days where nursing colleges, agricultural colleges, technical colleges, and teacher training colleges were fashionable for black students who finished matric. The new government closed down teacher training colleges, whether that was wise or not. We inherited, as the university, this campus in 2009. And we've been here since 2009. Now, the ownership of the land, which you alluded to, that is how it vested in the national government. And the physical infrastructure to date still belongs to the national government. Now, if you can help us, D-Head, to secure the title deed, that would be most helpful over this land. The chairperson has made it clear, if you are not the owner, you can't go around building stadiums. And so that's part of the limiting factor. What do we do here? This is where we train teachers. This is the education faculty of WUSU. But not all teachers are trained here. We only train approximately 3,000 of our teachers. In total, we have 7,000 students that are learning to become teachers. 3,000 are accommodated here. The rest in Umtata. Well, that's what we use this for. We don't have student accommodation. The accommodation that is provided for here is provided for by private landlords. When you entered, you would have seen that there were people carrying buckets to fetch water. That is because today there is no water in the community outside Vettel Sea or Whittlesea. That takes me to my third point. When we spoke to you in November, the water issue was raised sharply by APSA and the SRC and NEHAU. Why? The reason is because of the failure by the municipality to perform its constitutional function. The provision of water, for good or bad reasons, was assigned by Parliament to municipalities, district and local and metros. It was never assigned to universities. Universities were meant to be consumers of water services, not providers of water services. But we've had to step in to be a provider of water, not only for ourselves, but also for the community around. There is now a clear path when I look at what the university management has done, a clear path that will be, in the next year, completely self-sufficient of water. And not only self-sufficient, we will also be able to provide water to the residents that surround us, which probably makes us one of the few universities that will not only consume water for their own needs, but will also provide water for the communities that surround us. Now, the reason we've made so much progress since November is because of the pressure that you placed on us, which at the time sounded unfair, but has yielded good results, because I think you empowered the council to crack the whip with management. We've had the problem of water for years, but we solved it in months, which means the solutions have never been natural. They have always been infrastructural and human. And so when you have the right people, they can pay their attention to the right things. The last thing is a general point. What we are trying to create is the university of the future. We are trying to create a virtual university which will enable us to reduce the cost of teaching, but at the same time to accelerate the scale of teaching. These buildings that we have are just too few and too small. It is impossible for us to provide education to the people that need it in the context of the constraints on infrastructure and the constraints on human capacity. Yesterday, I asked the management to present to us what they will present to you today. One of the things that struck me was that for 2026, we received 500,000 applications, 500,000. We only have space for 7,000 students. Now, we are not the only ones. Many other universities have received applications far in excess of the capacity available in the system as a whole. So, which means that the system is deliberately producing children that will never acquire skills that enable them to participate in the economy. And then we wonder why we have such a problem of unemployment, when in fact we've designed a system that will never accommodate the most deserving of the children that we are producing. Our own solution, and I accept it is a small solution in the grand scheme of things, is that if we cannot accommodate these students in the physical halls, we should at least be able to accommodate them in the virtual halls. But the problem is that DHED has not given us the right to do so. We've asked them, and they have not given us the right to do so. We could potentially double the capacity of the children we have at WUSU. We have 30,000. We could be teaching 60,000 if we took some of them out of campus. But that obviously must be accompanied by a commitment to broadband infrastructure, to IT infrastructure, to data availability. But the point I'm making here is that The crisis of the inability of the higher education system to absorb the children that are coming from the schooling system is not a crisis without solutions. Right? The problem is that the people that are in charge of the decision-making power are simply not willing or unable or reluctant, whatever the explanation is, to actually think about the solutions of this country. And WUSU is not alone in this crisis that I'm highlighting. This is a national calamity. So I want to stress the urgency, Chair, of the Department of Higher Education working closely with us to actually think about what we have to do to absorb these children. Now, I am told that despite my protest last time about NFSAS, very good to us this year. So thank you, congratulations. But don't feel too good. We will come back very soon. So, but we still have a bone to pick with DHEAD. You raised, Chair, last time, the problem of student accommodation. You know, we have got two residences in Umtata, Silimela and Komani. They have to be refurbished. They've not been refurbished for 30 years. They are actually, some rooms are worse than a pigsty, if I can show you the pictures. We asked DHEAD to allow us to use 100 million rands, which is interest earned from money we were meant to use long ago for infrastructure. They have not given us the permission. The money is in our account. We can use it tomorrow. But what we have now done is to consign those students to conditions that our own children, we cannot allow them to live under. Now, what will happen, Chair, is that in April, the students in those residences will revolt against us. And everybody is going to say, what's going on at WUSU? And they will say that you, as a chairperson,
confidence, Chair and members of Parliament, that we offer very little in terms of the number of beds compared to the number of students who need accommodation. That creates a problem for the university in terms of the student experience that we would like the students to come out with when they come out of the university. Because most of the time they are not at a residence that is managed by the university with the same offerings that would be at a university residence. So it gives a difficulty in instilling a certain culture of student graduate attributes through the residences. So it's a challenge that I'm flagging, Chair, for us as a system, but also in particular as a university. In terms of strategic direction, as you know that the university has its vision and its mission with strategic focus areas, but also aligned with the strategies nationally, globally, and also within the region in Africa. We have our own strategic focus in terms of academic teaching, learning, and research, and I'm not going to go into that now. Our students are the human face of the strategy, and we design programs so that we are student-centered, committed to a holistic, student-centered and transformation-driven approach. And we want to strengthen this going forward as a university. I've spoken about the graduate attributes and the challenge we have with accommodation. So at this point, Chair, I'm going to hand over to the registrar, who is going to start with the state of readiness in terms of the administration of the application cycle. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Somebody can give the register the mic. Just on a lighter note, whilst we are waiting for the register, I see your presentation. It does not have the face of the DG. Last week we were in Limpopo, the institution there had the face of the minister, so I thought this week it will be the face of the DG. Register.
Thank you very much, Chair. To manage our enrollment for 2026 academic year, Chair, there are things that are critical that we have done them correct in 2025, so that when we deal with 2026, we move with speed. Chair has touched on this, that during our application cycle, which closed in October last year, we received over 500,000 applications. And that made it easy in 2026 to get the best we want. We did not go back to market, Chair, as I've seen more than 3 universities decided to re-advertise. We are taken care of given the number of applications we received. And when we look at these applications, where they come from, mainly from Eastern Cape, followed by KZN, and they come all over the country. The second point that was important for university to have a smooth registration this year, we concluded 2025 with everything that the university planned done, particularly the examinations of the university. I'm showing this thing, Chair, because it's important that the university conclude its academic activities and exam during the sitting year so that NFSAS has enough time to assess the funding status of all students that will normally submit their results before 15th of December. We submitted our student results by that date, and that have made it easy for NFSAS to return the favor, and with a high surprise of awarding our students their funding decision earlier than we used to get. That's a great achievement we have seen from their side, which also assisted the university. The third point that was critical for university to deliver a smooth registration, we had to have a strong and a structured plan of key things that are interlinked so that we are able to meet our targets and do our best. We had a solid plan covering those areas to make sure we start our academic year as planned, the 9th of February, 2026, which is next year. We embarked on that massive plan as late as last year. For 2026, ours is to monitor how these plans are undertaken. To see that these plans worked for us, Chair, this is not bragging, but it's just to affirm a point to say, within 18 days, our registration opened on the 7th of January. The university was already registered over 24,000 students. And that is a result of a huge and a good play by NFSAS. I think if NFSAS keep that play, you will see no tires burning outside our university gate. So if we knew that NFSAS was going to perform this way, we would have planned to start our academic year last week, not this week, not next week. But we always budget the disruptions that come as a result of funding issues. That's a good a new page that we see is complementing the levels of efficiency in our universities. One thing that is also has made us to move with speed was to make sure our administration and systems in place are solid, and we are able to cope with numbers we receive, to cope with plans that we have developed, and everything has happened the way we planned. And that takes us to a situation where we say, Chair, to date, we have registered 27,608 students when we went to our portal or dashboard. Because it's a live information, definitely sure we've passed that number. And Chair, the target of our F10s as a university, as approved by DHET, is 7,407. We have passed that target last week on Wednesday. We are sitting at 7,527. Because I've said earlier, we were spoiled with over 500,000 applications, and we didn't go back to market and ask new applications. We are ready to roll out teaching and learning at the level of our first years, so as the level of that we have second years, third years, and post-grad. That is good if we were to start any time. But you ask us to show how our registration reflects as per the enrollment plans we have as a university. The overall of the university, we're expected to register over 32,000 students as an overall. Currently, we're sitting at 27,000. We think by the end of this week, we will be sitting over 30,000. We always have a number of students that find it difficult to be funded because it's either they've lost their funding from their different sponsors, but in our case, mainly from NAFSAS, because it's either they failed or there are other reasons. But definitely sure we'll be in a position to deliver 30,000 by end of this week. As I've said earlier, we have enrolled way above what we normally, or what is the target for us. It's not a train smash, because trends at WSU for the past 5 years tell us that we always have over 400 students that deregister at the level of first year. They deregister. So the reason why we admit and register, we cater for that so that we don't get penalized by DHET. So we will be good to go, and we will manage at the level of the expectation. As we're sitting in that 27,000 student chair, we will definitely manage to get to that 32,000. We will continue to negotiate with every potential funder to do the best they can so that we meet our overall enrollment. We are in a good position, Chair, of the portfolio to say next week, Monday, our classes will start as planned, because we cannot sit not teaching as a university, yet we have registered over 30,000. They must be in classroom. We will deal with those who are still struggling to register and do our best. And I hope by that time, CFO will have paid their allowances, which sometimes become an obstacle. We had a discussion. He promised by end of this week, the allowances will be in their pockets. The split of our enrollment, Chair, we have 9% that is our postgrad and 91% that sits on our undergrad. And currently, we have registered 4% of our postgrad and 96% of our undergrad. This is a good picture by our standards, and it tells us we will meet the targets that we have as a contract with DHET. And we have a year to deliver all the good results. That is a distribution by campus, Chair. The biggest campus that must have enrolled, biggest number is Mthatha campus. We are expected to enroll 16,000 students there. That will be followed by Butterworth, which must enroll over 6,000, followed by Buffalo City, East London. And the smallest campus is the one that we are at, Komani of 4,000. We will meet those overall campus targets, assessing the performance where we are now. We are sitting at 14,000 in Mthatha as we sit, and over 5,000 for BCC, and 4,000 for Butterworth, 4,000 for BCC, 5,000 for Butterworth, and 3,000 for Komani. We should be done by the end of next week. I'm optimistic if everyone plays a part. We are good to commence with our academic activities. Chairperson of the portfolio and your members, with little dances probable on our streets if we pay allowances. CFO, over to you.
Thank you, Chair and Chair of Council and the VC. I will take you through the issues around student funding. To start off with, we are a university that is heavily dependent on NSFAS, with 71% of our students in the current year peer assessment having been funded and cleared for registration for funding, cleared for registration by NSFAS. The numbers are slightly down compared to last year. Last year it was 75%. Then in terms of the returning students, 17,000 that are funded. First-time beneficiaries, 6,400. We also have students who are funded through bursary funding. So as we speak now, we are sitting at 605 students. We have 2,500 students who pay for themselves. So when registrations open and they are not funded, they pay minimum initial payment, and we allow them to register on the system. Then the university offers what we call registration concessions. So these are students who are not funded by NSFAS, but they cannot afford to pay the money required for registration, which is the minimum initial payment. We do have the registration concessions in 2 classes. The first class is for undergraduate students, where we have got a quota for 2,500. So when a student is approved to register under special cases, we allow them to register. They're still liable to pay for the fees, but we allow them to register without paying at the beginning of the year. We also waive MIP for 2,000 postgraduate students. Per the numbers that have been presented, as we speak now, that leaves us with 2,200 students who are not catered for through special cases or funding. And the university will be exploring how their students can be added to the system. If you can move on. Then, as has already been indicated, this year has been a good year. We have received our funding confirmations from NSFAS, and they've been processed, and our NSFAS students have registered. On the challenges, firstly, being a comprehensive university, we do offer advanced diploma programs, and they are quite substantial for us as a comprehensive university. About 4 or so years ago, government policy changed, and those advanced diploma programs are no longer funded. And that creates an issue for us, because when they are doing undergraduate, they are funded by NSFAS. And yet when they want to complete the advanced diploma program, they no longer have funding. And that creates an issue for us as a university, as well as for our students. And then, as we have also reported in prior years, we have experienced an issue with students being funded at the start of the academic year, like now, but later losing funding during the course of the year, and that becomes a problem. But we do hope that NSFAS will keep or will see their commitment through for all the students that have been cleared for registration. In terms of registration, our numbers for postgraduates are slightly lower, but that's something that we are working on. Engagements with DET and NSFAS are ongoing, and the matter, I was pleased to see the manager for student accommodation in this session. We have experienced issues with the management of NSFAS accredited accommodation, which is substantial for our university, and that's something that we'll continue to work on. The next slide talks about the issues that we have financially, and that is around our student debt. Although a lot of our students qualify for NSFAS funding, they do accumulate debt because there are years that are not funded, and as already indicated, some exclude the years of funding, and then also the advanced diploma programs that are not funded. So across the sector, we do have a problem with student debt, but it's even more acute for HDIs. And on the next slide, I do talk about some of the interventions that we put in place, if you can move on. So we do ask our students, those that are not funded, to pay a small percentage at the time of registration. We are also trying to encourage our students to service their debt during the course of study, and we are working closely with our advancement office to secure additional funding for our students. And then lastly, we are engaging very closely with the SRC to attend to issues that they raise during the course of registration. That should be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as I won't be long. As far as the academic readiness goes, our curricula are Senate approved and our accreditation secure. We've completed our calendar, our timetable, and our workload allocation. All our learning and teaching materials are available, both physical and digital. They're all on Moodle. We've got blended and online learning support training plan in place for both students and staff. We've completed our appeals, and so those are academic appeals. Tutors are appointed and they're being trained, so they'll be ready as classes start. We've activated all our quality assurance processes, and we are ready for 2026. Obviously, in terms of the support facilities, there's always ongoing improvements planned during the year in terms of the classrooms, the computer labs, software, and all those things, but we are ready for 2026. In terms of orientation, it's a 5-day program that starts today, except on this campus. The program is integration, campus tours, digital learning, academic orientation, campus life orientation, welfare and life skills, social clubs and extracurricular activities. So it's very broad. And it's a collaborative across student affairs, academic advisors and faculty. And it's only the first step in a year-long experience in terms of the first years to try and ensure student success and to make sure we retain our first-year students. So it's not just a once-off. We also look after our students with disabilities. They are identified when they apply, and as they then register, we can take care of them. In the past academic years, we had approximately 100 students with disabilities across the different campuses, and with a variety of different disabilities. They have designated rooms with student assistants available from registration to their accommodation so that they are catered for. Very specific induction workshops, which include adjustment, peer connection, self-advocacy, and campus navigation, as well as an orientation and mobility program for our visually impaired and students. In terms of from the academic side, universal design for learning is a way of teaching that is inclusive, and we are busy training our academic staff on that. And it's practical and discipline specific. And there's a very close link with both faculties and lecturers, and of course, student affairs.
Thank you. Student support. We have faculty-centered medical and psychosocial support offering career counseling, medical and psychosocial assessments for students with disabilities, emergency medical services, emergency accommodations for students who may require accommodation whilst their allocation is not finalized, as well as GBV awareness campaigns in campuses. In terms of student welfare in residences, we have commenced with the monitoring of residences, verification of the next of kin contact details, after hours support, emergency accommodations for after hours, orientation for first F10s, and continuing students, of course, collaborating with DLT. We have a protocol for student referrals, as well as resident safety plan, collaborating with safety department in the university. In terms of student governance and leadership development, we had student leadership engagement with the registrar, the CFO, faculties. We have done an analysis of funded and unfunded students. We have also concluded consultations on minimum initial payment with the SRC, and we must really give credit to the CFO, the governance team, and the SRC. We are addressing exclusion-related queries as and when they arise with faculties, and we are offering registration support for the ISRC and CSRCs. Last bullet, increased visibility of student affairs within registration centers, coupled with daily monitoring and reporting of any incidents alongside with a student satisfaction survey that will commission immediately after the registration phase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Then the next section is on readiness for student accommodation. So this slide shows the number of available beds, both for WUSU owned and NEFSAS managed. We have a total of 33,709, and out of that, we have 4,912 WUSU owned. It's what the VC was alluding to initially, that the number of students staying at our own residences, it's quite low, then it affects the student experience, which is one of the things that we want to deal with. So currently, in terms of allocation, we're sitting at 61%. And some of the principles that we're using for allocation of students is to allocate first-time entering students first on campus accommodation and WUSU-owned residences, and then non-allocation of students to rooms that have been condemned. There's some students that have been put in rooms that have been condemned, and we're dealing with the issues there. And then the next slide just shows what we've achieved in terms of refurbishment and maintenance. So refurbishment will mean to refurbishing the whole residence, from everything, from top to down, from waterproofing to windows to chairs to flooring, everything. Then maintenance is just things as when they break. At Mthatha Residences, out of 10, we've refurbished 6. We left with 4, and then we keep on doing continuous maintenance. And the next slide as well continues about Mthatha Residence. You'll see we have the last row there. We have 3 residences where we plan to do complete refurbishment. Those are the residences that the Chair of Council was talking about, where DHET needs to allow us to use 100 million from interest. And then the next slide is on the Butterworth campus residences. There we've got 2 residences. Both of them have been refurbished. We're also doing continuous maintenance on Student Village residence, which requires maintenance. And then for the BCC residences, we have 2 residences, and then one has been totally refurbished, and then the one we're doing maintenance. And the next slide just speaks about those residences that I talked about, where we need to do full refurbishment, and we're waiting for approval of to use the funds from DHET. And next slide is on campus safety and security readiness. So in terms of systems, we've rolled out campus safety forums last year, and this year we'll reinitiate them. And then we collaborating with law enforcement agencies. And in terms of resources, we have physical security contracts in place, except the one in Butterworth contract, which is on a month-by-month basis, and we're just awaiting the recommendations from the JAFTA Commission to finalize whether we go out on market or we appoint the current service providers there. Then in terms of training, we've conducted the training for staff and for physical security service providers on GBV. And then in terms of infrastructure, some of our campuses have got issues with perimeter fencing, especially the Butterworth campus, Postdem and Mthatha. The Butterworth campus, we did an application for IEG7 funds. We're waiting for DHEAD as well to release the funds there so that we can address the Butterworth campus. Postdem and Mthatha, we didn't do any application. We're currently relooking at budget reprioritization to attend to Postdem and Mthatha. We've rolled out CCTV systems. We've got about 80% coverage of our campuses. And the next phase is to roll out access control system. It's currently in tender. And then in terms of policies and procedures, we have draft security policies in place. We're waiting as well for the JAFTA Commission, which will have an input as well into the finalization of the security policies. In the meantime, we also developed security protocols and standard operating procedures. And then the last section is on the update on the water challenges at Komani Campus. We've talked about this, that it's a national and a regional problem because of the aging infrastructure, lack of service delivery, water scarce country. And to some point with climate change, we've seen how the climate is changing now. If you go to Joburg now, there's lots of rain. It's unlike the previous. Oh, okay. This results in unreliable water supply and increased operational costs for the universities. It leads to sanitation issues, it leads to health and safety issues, and it disturbs the operations of the campuses. Whitley as well, where Komani Campus is based, experiences this issue. Currently, we're getting water from 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. Today, as you'll realize that there's no municipal water supply on the campus, but we can still, we can still get water from our taps. And that's mainly because of the 6 storage tanks that are on the campus. So I'll not repeat this, we've seen this, we've seen that. And then in terms of the interventions that have been implemented, the next slide, please. So we've got that one. We've got short-term, medium-term, and long-term initiatives. So what we've done in the short term is we've analyzed the demand, the water demand for the campus, and we're doing what's called water demand management, trying to manage the number of people who are on campus. So those activities that are not academic or that don't add value to the university, we try to limit them from happening on site. And then secondly, what we're doing is we've got a water cutting contract with for water to be fetched from the municipality, and then the tanks can be filled. We can either get that water from the municipality or we can get it from our other side, that's in Grey Street. And what we've done in the past month, we also bought the potable water dispensers to provide drinking water across the campus. And that results in the water in the water storage tanks lasting longer. And they can be used for ablution facilities while the people on campus can drink the water from the water dispensers. And then in terms of medium-term interventions, we've reduced the water leakages that are in the water reticulation system. We worked the water reticulation system, identifying the leakages that we could able to identify, and we fixed those. And then the next one is in terms of the borehole rehabilitation project. And the scope of work includes the resuscitation of the borehole, the installation of the rising main pipe that's connecting the borehole with the main line, additional storage capacity that will double the storage capacity on the campus, a booster pump, and a water filtration system. And then in the long term, we will be refurbishing the water reticulation system on the campus. We've deferred it, focusing all the financial resources on the financial resources that we have on the borehole system. And then finally, we've gone out in the market to look for service provider who will provide water sustainability projects for all of our campuses. So all of our campuses have got this problem of unreliable water supply from the municipality. And the way we're trying to address that is for a service provider to come with their capital. They must assess what systems they can put on that campus or that site and put the infrastructure, and then the university will buy water from them at an agreed rate for a number of years until that after that number of years, that infrastructure becomes the university infrastructure. So it's more of a triple P project. Then in terms of borehole rehabilitation project, in terms of the progress there, so what's happening now is we can feed the water tanks with the water from the borehole, and the next steps is just purification, installation of the purification system, installation of 6 additional water storage tanks, and commissioning. And we expect that the project will be completed on the 27th of April. Thank you.
So in conclusion, Chair, from what you've heard from us, that the university faces a number of pressure points. There are a number of pressure points, one of them being the financial sustainability, that we are working on strategies on how to augment the available resources. We continue to face infrastructure backlogs, and that's putting a strain on operations and service delivery. I think this ties in with the opening, what the chair spoke about in terms of University of the Future, but also strains from municipalities. So that also impacts on us. And the student funding uncertainties remain a key risk because we are largely NSFAS university. There are other external dependencies that I've already spoken to. But what I want to stress is that stakeholder support is critical for our university. Continued engagement with yourselves, but also other stakeholders that have got an interest in the development of this country are essential for us to achieve what we would like to achieve as a university. But also the university model of the future is key, that we develop it together. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. So your fourth bulletin there, Chair, when you said the university is affected by external dependencies, including municipal services and national funding system. Maybe you forgot also to put a DHEad, because from the opening of the chair, DHEad has not assisted the institution. Chair, your observation about NSFAS, the register and NSFAS, the chair, is what we also observed, and I did indicate to colleagues at NSFAS that there seemed, we've went to 4 institutions last week in Limpopo, 2 universities and 2 TVET colleges. Normally, when we're on oversight, all our meetings are, dominated by student-related issues, to NSFAS, this and that. And I don't know if NSFAS has ever spoken. I can't remember. Maybe they spoke when they were introducing themselves. And that's it. And I told them that's a sign that there's something right that they're doing. I'm glad that you've picked it up, and I'm glad the register, you said, you had planned to open teaching and learning on the 9th of February. But if you knew they were going to be this efficient last year, you would have started last week. And I think that is extremely important for us to note, because, like I said, Chair, we don't only want to bash people when they're not doing good. We must also compliment them when they do well. And I think we'll also convey this to the leadership of NSFAS to say, this is what we have touched and felt on the ground. They must continue. And that does not mean, and I've told them, that does not mean there's nothing that, everything else is right. There's still teething problems that people continue to write to us. My application is still on stage 1, does not move, and all of that. And as and when we get them, we send to them. But we told them it will not be enough for all members of this country who have applied there to get hold of us. The system must respond itself. Labor, I see again you have not complied with our requirements. We don't have time. So I'm going to ask you, whilst IF is presenting and the students are presenting, let's compile our presentations. Like I said, you don't have to agree. In this committee, when we make a presentation, it becomes a presentation of the committee. But we've got 6 different political parties. And if it's me as the chair presenting, MK does not say, no, we want our voice to be. You can have your voice being heard on the content of the report. So you are not going to present individually, labor. So whilst IF and the SRC are presenting, please combine your presentation. We'll allow you to send it to us late now, because we are going to combine it. Then you are going to do one presentation as a belief. So I'm going to give institutional. In this committee, we have 6 political parties. 6. And when I present or when I do interviews on behalf of the committee, they don't say, no, we want to do it on behalf of the committee because we're from the DA or MK. No. That's not how we do things. So we want to ask you nicely, combine your presentations. We want to hear your voice. The chair said all of you are in one voice. Today we're going to hear one voice, one message, different voices. So want to hear that. If you can't combine the presentation, unfortunately, we will not have an opportunity to hear you individually. So you'll decide whether you would want to represent workers by putting aside your small issues for today only. You can go and, I know you compete for the same constituents. And And how might think if it's ABSA presenting, they might be seen to be representing workers more than us. ABSA might think if it's now, but find, if I'm giving you 10 minutes, you share. You say, you cover from point A to B. If 5 minutes end and you have not arrived where you are supposed to be, just know that you'll be lucky if I cover it for you. So manage each other outside while IF is presenting. Put together a presentation. Institutional forum. Chairperson, when we were in one of the laboratories where we needed somebody from IT, so I see now, or I think it's working now. I thought that person might come in handy, but I think the computer is now connected. IF, please pass him the mic. Yeah, that one, CFO. Pass it.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the honorable members. I'll just hit the ground running so that I manage to save time. So we have managed to start on the first point, which is continuous challenges around the issue of student funding. So we might have heard that there are challenges in particular to residencies that are funded by NSFAS. We have challenges around funding postgraduate studies. So that also gives limitation to the issue of access. But what we also appreciated as the IAF is that this is no longer now a Walter Sisulu University issue. It's a national issue, structural in character. So there are social organs of the university chair that are moving towards the national discourse around this issue. Our convocation will be participating in a national dialogue around March, in which we going to send invite to the head, to the portfolio committee, to NSFAS, because what we need is a permanent solution, not just for WSU, but for higher education as a sector. So we also had 2 meetings last year as national structures of institutional forum, in which we had decided that we'll also need a national structure for institutional forum, because what we have observed is that we are having common challenges that are not only based at Walter Sisulu University, but also to other universities as well. So on this point, what we want to stress is that we are going to mobilize all the relevant parties, including NSFAS, the head, and the portfolio committee, to join us in this quest as we are trying to start something new, so that you hold our hand and make this point at least feasible. On the point of assessment of infrastructure, residences, and learning spaces, we had also observed that today we might have a crisis in Queenstown around water issue. Tomorrow we're going to have it in Tata, tomorrow at Potsdam. We don't necessarily need to react every time there's a problem. So we need a well-consolidated assessment of infrastructure, residences, and learning environment, so that as the university we are able to diagnose properly what are our issues in relation to infrastructure, residences, and learning environment. So this is to develop a strategy that will be sustainable in bringing justice to our institution, and also in bringing sustainability. So we might have heard from the presentation from the DVC that there are residences already that are identified in which students were not allocated because of their condition. And as IF, we fully support that. As much as in some instances we are aware that we might lose money predominantly to those that are internal residences, but we are saying human dignity is more important than money. As long as we prioritize the well-being of our students, I think for us that is what keeps us going. We are also aware, Chair, that there are challenges regarding the space, offices, lecture rooms, because we have a growing number of enrollment in our university. So this has been identified, and we have heard from the DVC that there are plans in place in making sure that this is also becoming a priority. So is the issue of residences as well. So on point number 3, we decided to focus on the third point of our mandate as the IF, which is the institutional culture. We know that sometimes this is not a matter that is taken too serious because it is not the core business. But what we had observed last year is that we might have lost confidence from the public, mainly because of how we might have handled the student issue that has died last year. 2, you have mentioned, Chair, the issue of the DVC. So you'll find that the climate and the culture around the institution is among stakeholders not particularly trusting each other. That's what we had observed last year. So we are happy this year that there's been a transformative drive, in particular from management, to build that trust again and that confidence. What we are concerned about is not the issue of perfection into that model, but we are interested in the effort and the intentions that are there in making sure that everyone is heard and everyone is seen. So over the current month that we've just elapsed, which is January, management has engaged in an intensive transformative drive where it consult and interact with different stakeholders, both internally and externally. So we do want to commend that because we are a community university and it has become important that there are interactions between the university and also the community so that at the end of the day, we're able to restore trust and confidence. So on the issue of governance and leadership, we are not referring to governance system, but we are referring to governance culture. Is there any deliberate interaction with university stakeholders? And the answer to this one, Chair, as well is yes, which I think as the IF we're happy about. We have observed that we are too broken sometimes. We have been through a lot as a university. So what becomes is important now is how do we heal? How do we consolidate ourselves? And how do we move forward? So this part mainly focuses more on human capital because the human resources, the currents of the institution, we might have these greater plans, but if we don't invest much on the people and how we interact with each other, we might find that we are not able to reach our desired objectives. So we are in a positive trajectory. And on this part, I want to stress, Chair, that leadership is subjective. So it will be permissible if any other interest group feels that there is not much effort that is done. But as IF, we are happy with the intentions and the effort that are put in this regard. And on the last part of this slide is transformation and social cohesion. So we might have heard that there is a great step towards inclusion, in particular for people that are living with disability. So we are happy to break away the stigma. We are happy to also improve our access and intake to students that are living with disability. But more importantly is to have the staff that is able to be responsive to that particular issue. So on this part, we might have lost some few people with regards to the leadership infrastructure. For example, the Dean for the Faculty of Public Management has left the institution to another institution for promotion. So there are issues of recruitment that have been done. Next week or next week, we will be recruiting this dean, which speaks to issues of leadership stability, because that's what we are looking into. So we want to see and make sure that there is leadership stability. There's also currently an ongoing process of recruiting HODs as well. Their term of contract is ending March, so already adverts have been out and are recruited. So we're happy because what we want to see is a smooth transition so that we don't have to necessarily be lacking in terms of leadership infrastructure, predominantly in the academic project. Then lastly, we are also deliberate chair in recruiting academics. We are aware in this regard that there are some nuances, in particular with the growing large number of part-time lecturers. So we addressed that issue to HR to say we cannot have a high number of part-time lecturers vis-a-vis the full-time lecturers. So the ETHR has developed a policy and it's currently on consultation. The policy in the main is to facilitate the transition of people that are currently on support with relevant qualification to make sure that they get an opportunity on the academic space.
Yeah, so at one, we will stop you. Just time yourself there. Ne? No, I'm saying on your watch. At one, we will stop you.
All right. Thanks, Chair. And then we move to the second point, academic project. I think we are happy with this point as well. The important part for us is to have the necessary workload available. Do people know what are they going to teach? How many subjects that are allocated for them? So from the DVC, we have heard that this particular point has been dealt with. We are aware as well that there are academic development programs put in place, tutoring, orientation, induction, so that at least there's a smooth transition from high school to the tertiary university. So also on the second part, we might want to confirm, Chair, that we are ready as a university. Then on the third point is around student experience and support. On this one, we are mainly concerned with curriculum and co-curriculum activities of the university. So experience goes far as security. Our students safe as they are coming back to the university. Some of them are starting. Do we have the necessary support in terms of social ills that they are facing, the anxiety of coming to the university? Do we have the necessary scaffolding programs that will make sure that they do not end up leaving the system and are well retained for their success? On the part of admission and registration, I think what we want to also comment on this part is that integrated planning session in which the registrar's division led in making sure that marks are submitted on time, students are able to be funded on time, registration is able to be done on time, and more importantly, having F10s reaching their quota, which is, I think, something to be commendable, so that we are able to start our classes. The part of social integration is what is currently happening this week. We know that there's an orientation that is happening. So the broader part is that we are introducing our students to the university culture, to the leadership as well, and to our program, so that at least as we start next week, we're good to go, Chair. Then on the last part is risk signals. So we are sharing the same sentiments with the management on this one. We cannot, as a university, operate without reserves. So this becomes a concern in which I think the university, as it moves forward, will need to look in this part, making sure that there is a resource mobilization strategy in place for our financial sustainability. The second part is around NSFAS or funding, which I think I have already addressed. Then the third part is infrastructure development, I think, which needs a greater part of development as we move forward. So the recommendations for the university to take forward is that we currently have a vacant position for ED, ICT, and Ops. We have already recruited on that one. we are due to sit for shortlisting. So we understand that the DVC has a strategic role to play in the university in giving direction around this portfolio. But the DVC needs a technical person to run the day-to-day business, making sure that we do optimize our opportunities, the university, in reaching our goals. So this is a priority for us. We know that in the next 2 weeks, it will be achievable by the university, as we already have a date on the part. Then the second point is resource distribution model. So we know that we will always have limited resources, but we don't want to dwell much about our limited resources. Want to check on this part, how best do we use the capital that we have? How do we align the skills of people that we have with regards to the goals we want to achieve? And mostly, how then do we optimize the limited resources in terms of materials and infrastructure in making sure that at least we're able to reach our goals? Then the third point is an integrated strategy. We are a university, we need to plan together. No one or no department needs to plan outside each other stakeholder. So in this one, we want to encourage that there is a collegial approach that is collective in character, in which we are all able to contribute the best practice in making sure that the university is able to move in one direction without contradictions. Then on the fourth part, Chair, is human resource development. So might have heard from Council that we've got ambitions, for example, to be a technology university or a digital technology in future. But are we ready, or are we planning towards that? So the first point here is to make sure that we do a human resource forecasting. What kind of people do we need? What kind of skills do we need? So that training and development is able to be done. 2, career development. The only way we are going to retain our employees is if they are given an opportunity to grow. So our employees must be given an opportunity to grow so that they are able to be retained by the university. Thirdly, the issue of performance management. I think this one does not need to be compromised. We all need to have a performance agreement in which we make a commitment that these are goals that needs to be attained, and for these goals to be attained, this is how we're going to go about it. So that at the end of the day, we're able to account when we have not achieved what we intended to achieve. Then lastly, Chair, Komani Campus land, I think it has well been exhausted in terms of articulation. We share the same sentiment. But more importantly, there must be an improved funding model to sustain universities and broader allow and enhance access into higher education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. President, if you can just plug your presentation there. When we were doing oversight, whilst it's still pressing, when we were doing the walkabout, Chair, we bumped into 2 young girls who will be studying. They will be doing first year. Will be studying on this campus, but they were then redirected to Queenstown to go do student cards that side. So we indicated to the Secretary General of the SRC to work with the Registrar's Office in the meantime quickly, so that the university must release a communique to all students who are coming on campus to indicate that you don't have to come to this campus directly, go do the student card in Queenstown, because when we looked how are they going to get that site? Somebody indicated the buses are not yet available, and somebody was suggesting goodbye Haike too, and we said that ad hoc arrangement might not assist. I know the president of the SRC offered to assist with his own car or with this car that he's using. I'm assuming he's a student, so he does not own a car. So with the car that he's using, he offered to assist. So, but we then said that if the university register can release that letter today, just a short letter that indicates that all students who are supposed to come study here, you don't have to come here today. Start at whatever, because they will, in any case, they will go to Queenstown before they come here. So when they're at Queenstown, they must go on campus and get their student cards before coming here. Just a short letter so that we avoid the inconvenience on their side. President, we are ready now.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And again, greetings to everyone. This will be a very short presentation, Chair, because I believe most of us are speaking the same language. But from our side, we'll just highlight some certain issues that we think they do need to be attended as we are commencing the academic year of 2026. So here are the challenges that we have been battling with when we started the year of 2026. We have been battling with the CFO because of the minimum initial payment, which we have identified as a financial exclusion for unfunded students. Hence, you see that there's only about 3% of registered postgraduate students. Those are people that are not funded by NSFAS, hence they are still outside the system. So there have been ongoing discussions that we must apply fee waivers for them so that at least we can encourage them to come and start in WSU, because now, as things stand, they do their undergraduate diplomas or degrees here and then leave for other universities who are allowing for them to just register without any difficulty or financial constraints. Then we move to NSFAS statuses. Yes, there's been a great improvement from NSFAS, and hence we're having this number of registered students at this point. But there are some students that I believe they might have been left behind because of CFO or because of examinations that were still ongoing until even this year, when we had summer schools and even your supplementary examinations. So we're still battling with having those students' statuses being finalized. Then the issue of financial clearance is still a major issue, because we've agreed with the CFO that postgraduate students who are entering in postgrad for the first time, at least their fees or debt will be forgiven for them to register for free when they are registering, because we understood that they are already serving a punishment of not having a certificate of their previous degree, and they've been minimal implementation of that. We are not happy with the pace of clearance in relation to the postgrads and advanced diploma students. Then we go to the issues of academics. There's always year in and year out a misabuse of power or application of power by academias. Here in WSU, we have a prospectus that guides us in terms of doing the academic exclusion. So we always find HODs being the ones that are excluding students. And they are not people who are doing justice to this process, hence we are always trying about it. But we are confident that as we have requested them, because other faculties were saying they have even concluded the facts even last year without even consulting the SRC. So we have agreed that we are going to reschedule proper and constitutional or facts that are guided by the university prospectus and bring back the students that we believe that were excluded unfairly. And even the issue of promotion, it's still a deadlock on our side because we are finding ourselves year in and year out doing this administrative work of compiling lists and sending them to CFO, whom we believe that he does have the list of students who passed and they just need to be auto-promoted to the next level because we think it comes from his department or even the Reds department, this issue of auto-promotion. Then even on the side of systematic issues, we've had challenges with students who were admitted and they lost their spaces because of the not friendly usable system that we have as WSU. If a person forgot his password and the department of the registrar is applying that first come and the first served basis, whilst we are battling in trying to reach the admissions for them to reset a password for you, you'd find that your space has been already taken. So we need at least a friendly and an easy system around the issue of passwords that expires and issue passwords that are being resetted. Students can't be required to send satisfied IDs and everything because during that period that they have to go to police station and everything, their spaces have been taken. And we've had an issue of invigilator app, and not that the app does not work, but there are academians or lecturers or HODs who choose to be superior than what the university has. We've been battling red, and I even believe to this now, issues of advanced diploma students from Parawe, they have not been resolved. Like today. So we just want the university to perform in its implementation of the Invigilator app that if we're using the Invigilator app as a means of writing online, there won't be anyone who's going to say, no, the app did not detect that this person has copied because I've taken his script or her script to the other sites that can even identify that this is or this part is coming from a website that is so and so. So we just need the Invigilator app read to be pushed like firmly on the departments that are having the use of it on the advanced diploma and post-grad. Issues, they start from accommodation again. Here, this is a building that exists on the that were appointed chair when we went to Cape Town for the portfolio committee. There are a lot. On the ground in terms of making sure that it becomes efficient. But it just allows people who are funded by NSFAS without being registered to apply for NSFAS. And we are going to have challenges of landlords who are then going to say they are cutting off services next month leadership because of not being paid. But they have housed people who are not registered, but they are funded. So I think we just need an integration of the registration from the side of the university and the allocation. And I believe this year you started allocation prior the university concluding its registration. So that is going to be an issue that is going to affect our operations and the academic agenda for 2025. Otherwise, we made an emphasis that we need a triangular shaped inspection whereby NSFAS is going to be involved, SRC, and also professional IT. Because what we find now in the institution, what we find now is that students are allocated to residences, and when we ask professional IT, why are you allocating these students to a certain residence, and say, no, they got an authority from the university. And they off-board students from certain residences, and they say, no, they got this instruction again from the university. So we've been having those challenges with professional IT that they are not really on the ground, and they happen to be misused by the RASA people here in WSU. They just off-board students from properties and reallocate them in some way where we do not know what are the interests of the RASA people, because it's quite an issue, because it's happening here in Queenstown, it has happened in East London and even in Tat. So if at least we can have that triangular shape of inspecting residences and also agreeing in terms of which residences are suitable for first years and which ones are suitable for females and which ones are suitable for males, I think most of our problems could be resolved in terms of the pilot project. And again, the incident reports, we are having problems with these reports that are sponsored by RASA to the professional IT guys. And when we are telling them that, this res is close to the campus, so it does become an environment that can house first-year students because it's proper and it's just live on your portal. And they say, no, RASA said we mustn't allocate students here. So we need even a communication that will involve the SRC and the NSFAS with the professional IT and the university, because those are the issues that we have with them. And again, the university-owned residences, there are residences that even the Chief Council was speaking about, that they are not conducive for them to accommodate students. And even those that are a bit conducive, they are still having issues, but you find that students, they are being overcharged. They are paying extremely, extremely expensive cost for those. And we feel that because there are at times students who are self-funded, who get to pay these abnormal charges that are coming from finance because of residences that even themselves, they are not compliant to the standard and norms. So we just need an intervention in terms of relooking the standard of on-campus accommodation, because indeed most of them, they have deteriorated. For example, in Paraworth, almost the whole campus does not have appliances, but I believe that students are being charged the 100 or maximum amount of residence allocation. So we raised, Chair, last year an issue of security that the university is intending to deduct by 10% around certain services, but they included security in that thing. And when we were engaging with the CFO, when we opened in the first week of January, we raised issues with him that there was a cable theft that happened in Mthatha, in Zamuklungis. And those people had plenty of time to dig and install the cable, but there was no security to pick up them whilst they were doing that crisis. But the university still intended to reduce the security that is on our campus by 10%. And it has been like several discussions and agreements that are not really implemented, because you said they can do this thing of deducting if they cannot afford to pay certain services. They can deduct on the landscape and everything because they take care of drugs in this university more than they are supposed to do for students. So we said they can do that with grass or the people of landscaping, but not with securities. So now, in Grey, as of yesterday, Chair, when the SG arrived there were only 2 securities for the entire campus, and they were just stationed on the gate, meaning that the issue of security risk within our campus is really an issue. And we have had issues of students being robbed in Postem or in East London. So we really need, I think, an intervention, Chair, because I've raised even the issue with the Chair of Council that this one of reducing security just doesn't sit well with us, and it's going to cause a lot of instability because these issues of students being robbed and initiation schools being within our campuses in Parawet because of no fence and no security, they are just not helpful for a university and for any student to experience a university like with such environment. So we move to the academic agenda, and whilst the mood of everyone is saying we are ready, I believe that we are not ready, because if Rasa was given a chance to speak here, they were going to expose that we are not ready. The university is still doing heavily maintaining of on-campus accommodation. Like now, they are even starting those maintaining things. They had plenty of time from November because students left campus around the 7th of November. Our last paper was on the 7th of November, and they left, but none of this maintenance was done during that period. And by this time, we're discussing that as much as we recognize that the university does not have money, the university is intending deliberately not to allocate on the on-campus accommodation to their fullest capacity. In Potsdam, they are intending to cut about 113 beds, while they're claiming that they do not have money. Then in Tata, there are issues with residences, I think with beds of 560 and in Parawet. And they are intending not to allocate just totally for a semester or even a year. And from where I'm coming from, the issue of accommodation to students is essential. We can't afford to have such beds just being wasted, because to them, they do have money to just waste them, but at the level of students and postgraduates that are struggling to have accommodation and unfunded students who are stranded around these campuses, we can't afford such number of beds not being utilized. We have spoken with them in several meetings and said, why can't this thing be done like in a phased approach? They first do this thing of fumigation, and they pause like this heavy maintenance that they want to do for the winter or June or July when we leave as the end of the first semester student. But there's been a clear intention of just sabotaging that. We go to the issues of study centers that we complained about last year when we were going to examinations. And indeed, we went to examination and concluded examination with no changes around those issues. And I believe that even when we are commencing this year, we are still going to have most of our study centers not being operational. So we move to the issue of limited classes, which are affecting the hours that we are supposed to be in class per week and even per day. As we have seen that there's an issue of space even here in Komani, that our classes are just not too big to accommodate the number of students that come to attend on daily basis in our campuses. And that has been an issue in Parawet and even in Tata and also in Potsdam. So I would be very much happy if there could be a plan from the university to just build facilities that will have classes and also improve the ones that have been deteriorated, because there are classes that are just not usable, like they are demolished and no one is using them. So we move to the issue of water crisis here in Queenstown. And we are glad that it has been largely spoken about improving its chair within the campus or within this delivery site. But it remains relevant and an issue for our students who are not staying like in this site. 100% of them are located in the off-campus accommodation, and this water crisis does even exist in that site. So I believe a best and a permanent solution would be the one of saying we need to build at least on-campus accommodation so that at least we do not find students striking or protesting in off-campus accommodation because of issues of water and everything. So we move to the governance issues, Chair. We indicated last time that we are just student leaders who are at times forced to play politics with student affairs because they just cannot resist to be politicians. They are in our space and we have to oppose them year in and year out. So that issue is still recurring even today. We are having issues of governance, student affairs. At times we would agree with them just on a principle level that we're allocating our budget in a certain manner and they will do a contrary thing towards that. And we're just not happy with how we are handling ourselves with the Student Affairs Department. So I moved, Chair, to the state of readiness. I have spoken strongly on it that whilst we are saying we are ready, if there are still maintenance issues that are being done by this time, they are a clear indication that the university did not prepare properly for this academic year because the campus accommodation accommodates around about 3,500 students in TAD, for 1,500 to 800 in Barawet, and for almost 750 in Postem. If we are saying those students would be at least disturbed during this period of saying we are ready and we are commencing classes, that means then we are just subjecting the university to a lot of chaos. So our recommendations, Chair, we have been preaching them to the SRC, to the university, that at least we must have this triangular thing that I'm mentioning, or relations or cooperation between NSFAS, Professor IT, and the university to do evaluation of the residences that are accommodating our students outside. And also the issues of saying students must register if they are enrolling in their post-grad and they have been serving with a punishment of not having their certificate for their previous qualification. It's fair because at least it would speed up the process of registration for postgraduate students. And we believe that if CFO could just implement that, we would have a great improvement in terms of the number of postgraduate students who are registered. Then this issue of security, Chair, we are just not happy with it because we believe even the one that they are on our sides, they are not sufficient. Hence, we are saying if it's possible, they can be an addition in terms of the guards or physical people who are located on the ground, instead of the reduction that the university thinks that it can sustain the sites and our campuses without having 10% of the current securities that are there. So the issue of study centers, and we have just taken these issues as of last year because they are still relevant to even this year. We need them to operate at least for 24 hours during the weekdays, and also they need to be renovated because it's bad, where our students are forced to study. It's just empty rooms or rooms that are deteriorating. Then we are saying facilities must conduct inspection on the on-campus accommodation, Chair, because we believe that they are not supposed to be graded. If they are graded as grade A or whatever grade that they are, they have deteriorated to at least standard, that are lower than others. And we are advocating on behalf of those who are forced to pay most of these expensive cost of this on-campus accommodation because they are self-funded. So with that being said, Chair, we think that at least there could be a stability and the continuity from where we started as the university. Thanks.
Thank you very much, President. I see we have received a consolidated presentation of the labor unions. It was not that difficult.
I just want to ask a question, Chair, before we start presentation.
No, you're not presenting. So we're going to take lunch. It's 1. We will start at 2 o'clock. Then when we start at 2 o'clock, we're going to allocate the labor union's time to present. And then from there, we will engage all presentations. So let's take quick lunch, all of us. We're back at 2. we had agreed that we will start at VC. Asithethe ne-team yakho ngathi team yakho inama meetings. No, thank you very much, colleagues. We are now going to get those of you who are chatting, please let's chat, but let's not disrupt our meeting. We can converse, but let's make sure when you do so, we don't disrupt our session. We're going to give Labour 20 minutes. They are going to share on their presentations. We've agreed with them that when the first presenter presents, the second presenter will open a phone for the first presenter to see the time. So that when it gets to 10 minutes, they stop themselves so that the second presenter does not want me to give them extra minutes. We've agreed with that part. So they will do 20 minutes. It's 14:03. We're giving you until 14:25. So Labour, if you can take through, please project. We did receive members the updated presentation at 1 o'clock. So if you can just check on your emails. Labour.
One, two. Yes. Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, honorable members. I am going to present, firstly, the how portion of the presentation, of course, coming from the labor perspective or workers' perspective. Chair, we want to say firstly that we've made this presentation to solely look at the Komani situation, that is this campus. That does not mean it does not reflect how is the reality of the other campuses. Hence, you even yourselves came here. And the state of readiness in our presentation is looking at infrastructure-related matters. Reason why we said targeted government funds in mark for HDI infrastructure development, it is only because we had stopped looking at the symptoms, that is the challenges that we have here. We had tried to look broadly. Why do we always have these kind of problems, more especially in the historical disadvantaged institutions? Hence, we made example with this Komani Campus. As I go down, we'll just put out our recommendations because we are here to seek an audience to the Parliament. He said, as you all members have seen, that Komani remained with an old infrastructure which was used for teacher training college. I think we've seen the old infrastructure. Hence, get justified our heading there to say targeted government's fund. At least we plead that at least there must be a deliberate injection of funds to look in the situation. As you are all aware that we have just came from what we called rationalization and consolidation, but the situation in Komani is still the same. And what made it even worse, after that, there was a declaration that Komani is the home of education, which is one of the biggest faculties in this institution, but the infrastructure remains as old as it is. So hence we're calling for the government to at least look and assist the institution. In fact, to say elevate WSU, particularly the Komani Campus, to the level of the university. As indicated in some of the presentation, there is no even residence that is campus-based. We are only depend on private accommodation. So that calls for a new ideas in terms of how do we elevate Komani Campus. There has been a discussion on issue of securing the land. When we coming before the parliament, we are saying that we know that at least where you are, the committee carries a weight. If you can play it catalyst between the local municipalities and other spheres of governance to ensure that at least we do have that agreement so that we can build this campus, Komani. We have seen the classroom. I'm happy that even some of the parliamentary members, they made their comment on the nature of the classroom and how they are structured. At Komani, the largest lecture venue which we showed, it accommodates 140 students. Yet the education faculty is amongst the biggest faculties, and this is the home of education. Hence, we are saying that the dedicated funding to develop this campus, we came before Parliament to say at least they can look how can they liberate in terms of finances the historical disadvantaged institution. As I'm not going to repeat some of the points that at least we've visited and see that we still have classrooms which don't have projectors. We're fortunate that we were taken to other one which was bigger, but other one was confirmed that we bring projectors at request. In these days, we speak of smart classrooms, of which we thought that it is by now will have such as a part of, we're saying, the development. Again, we have went to visit the labs. We could not even log into one computer that we have started to check whether it is currently working and serving the student interest. That is a clear indication that indeed the old infrastructure that we have here needs to be attended. It was confirmed by one of the presenters from the WUSU side to say these computers, at least they don't have less than 10 years there. It means we also calling for that intervention. But I'm happy, Chair, because you've addressed that on the spot with the DG to say there must be time frames and a deliberate effort to address that. Largely, Chair, this issue of water and sanitation had been addressed, but I wish to just go through what we've written here. To say here at Komani Campus, the municipality releases water from 6 to 12 for the community, and the campus also received on that stipulated hours. Hence, we are saying that if you are dedicated to at least mend these relations and how our institution relate with the municipality, at least we can further address that and have our own reservoir. But out of that, after 12, the campus use the water tank, of which some of them were visited, and we are saying that if we can also be given a strict allocation in terms of fund in developing the campus, that can be addressed. I'm not going to dwell much of the inefficiencies of the institution, but they are not the root cause of the problem now. That's why we can agree, even though we fall short here and there, but now there is a major problem that needs to be addressed. We know that there is also work that is being done, as I'm saying, in relation to the borehole, and we went there to visit. We're saying that though we have a problem, but there are initiatives that are being done by the institution, by the management, but we actually need that support and everyone at least who can come in and salvage the situation. As the last bullet talks about injections of funds in responding to that. I've made mention of the readiness in terms of the accommodations for students, of which I made a disclaimer to say it is not only based in Queenstown campus. That's a reflection of all the campuses, but Queenstown was one example. To say largely we depend on the private-owned residences for students, which that creates a problem that also finances of the institution. If the committee can also be a catalyst in the collaboration between local municipalities and the institution, that will also give at least a way of getting land, building our own residences, and also checking further other partnerships that we can create in ensuring that we do get funds. Hence, building of Komani Campus residence becomes very crucial. The Komani land issue has been debated, and I also made mention about it in my previous slides. That was donated by the Enoch municipality, which happens actually in 2020. But thus far, there is still no direction what is going to happen. Hence, we say that the intervention of other bodies will also assist so that Walter Sisulu can rise in that and utilize that effectively. There has been a declaration, committee members, that what we named as rationalization and consultation is concluded. But we can say that it has been concluded, but that is on paper, because in terms of the infrastructure development, in terms of getting enough capacity, in terms of the staff establishment and commitment, we are still remain behind. We strongly support that this will also be another issue that we need to look at as we move forward. On the issue of academic project, let me just focus, because I said we were going to speak about Komani and the education, because this is a home of education. Even though it's not limited only to Komani, the challenges that we're having. That we take it from the point of injection of funds. Hence I said we targeted government funding. That speaks on the government model or funding model of higher institutions. We said out of the 438 modules, approximately, in fact currently we do not have, we have 61 modules which are not allocated lecturers. Of which is one thing that we need also to look at. That is not because there is no capacity to do that, because there is a crisis of not having funds reserved, no enough support in terms of that. Hence I'm saying that one of the major crises that we are having is to not to have reserves, not to have money relying on NSFAS in order for institutions to operate. We are saying on this academic project, reducing a high reliance on part-time lecturing, which affects teaching and learning, is actually enabling Walter Sisulu University to fairly compete for the resources, because the government funding model does not consider where you come from, what you have. It just wants the throughput according to their funding model. And if you are not doing that, you are going to get less funding. Yet we've got this historically deep-seated problem.
Thank you very much. We're now on 12 minutes. So if you can give your colleague who has 11 minutes, because I've given you until 25 past. From 2 minutes past.
Chair was still fixing the issues, so the 11 minutes must not count now. Thank you, Chair. The 11 minutes can start now, Chair. Chair, as APSA, this is the presentation we've prepared. And first, I think we must appreciate the committee for responding this quick from our previous complaints that we raised in Cape Town. Our presentation was sharp, robust, and raised all the problems that we're facing in WSU. And the committee responded quick, and we are happy about that, Chair. And also, we've noticed when the presentation was made by the university according to the readiness of the borehole, that there is some progress, but we're not happy about the time of starting, that it just started now when the committee is coming. But the presentation made sense on that. Chair, our foundation is focusing on infrastructure as one of the biggest crises we're facing in the university. We visited all 4 of our campuses to check what is the real crisis that each and every campus is facing in terms of the infrastructure. And in Komani, we have noticed in Komani the issue of water, the issue that I've just said. There's a presentation that was made, and we're looking at very sharp to the management, the sustainability of the plan that they have presented. And we have, as we have also stated, that we're a bit concerned that this project only started now, not earlier, and we're also a bit concerned if this project is not going to not finish when the committee is no longer here. So we look very close to that project, because the issue of crisis in Komani is a big crisis, and is a crisis that cannot be tolerated. Secondly, Chair, was the issue of the shortages of offices. I think we have noticed that some of the lecturers, even professors, are staying in the labs. The person that even made a presentation said they have converted even some of the storages to be offices. Now the question is that conducive for staff members to stay in former storages as offices? We have not seen a proper plan, even at the presentation, where we are saying that this is a plan in terms of accommodating in offices in this campus, which is common. Same thing we have stressed around the small classes. This campus is hosting one of the biggest faculties, which means that the size of classes and the size that this campus can take is far lesser than the faculty itself. Meaning for that there must be a building of a new faculty in Komani in terms of the new infrastructure, because this one have shown clear that it cannot accommodate the 7,000 students of education. As we said during RNC, that we want all education to come to Komani, not just a portion of education to come to Komani. For that to be achieved, meaning we need to build new places, because this one cannot help us. Small classes, no offices, crisis of water. Secondly, Chair, we visited Mtata around the issues again of infrastructure. We've noticed there that still the issue of offices is a crisis. And when we visited one of the buildings there in facilities, it's unfortunate we don't share the pictures here. Even the urinaries, when I asked the DD that why you have urinaries outside doors, he said it was catering for males. And when I was asking for him, what about males that are in that space? So those are the problems we're facing in our infrastructure. There are no offices, same thing in facility buildings in Mtata. And also in these 2 faculties, I think we've noticed here, the sun is too hot. But all staff members have parked their cars under the trees and is exposed to sun. There's no proper infrastructure when it comes to the parking lots where we have cars that are safe, that are covered, so that they are not exposed to sun, they are not exposed to rain. Those are the problems we're facing in all 4 campuses with parking places. Secondly, in Butterworth, after RNC project, we've received more than 100 new staff members. But when you go there, you'll find that the size that offices can take is plus minus 50-something staff members. So that tells you that there's a bigger crisis that we need to focus on. Then we move to the issue of the BCC, Chair. I'm trying to move as fast as we can. Just last week, we received an email that says staff must vacate in PCC because in Potsdam there's no water. What I'm trying to stretch is that the crisis of water is not just in this side of our campuses. And I think what was presented also here, that we need not to be reactionary when we deal with this particular issue, but we need to make sure that now we look in other campuses before the process or before the crisis of water becomes of command. Because in Potsdam, most of the time, at around Friday, there are no water. The time to time where in Tata, staff members that stays in Nkuleleko, there's no water there. So it's a crisis we're facing that I think we need not to react on, but have a proper plan as the university. Around the issue of insourcing, Chair, there was a presentation that was made in JBF and in the council to say let's insource. Among other things we've noticed was also the corruption that is taking place in these tenders of appointing these companies. For example, even when you look at the SAM policy, labor students, they're not represented there as vanguard. It's only management that is part and parcel of that policy. Meaning we said the best way, because we also have no interest in sitting in tender boards, but the best thing that can be done is to insource those services. We know that the university have complained that there's not enough money, but there was a plan that was presented at a JPF level of a Sisulu University enterprise, where we'll start smaller in terms of insourcing, as much as we call it a liberal way of insourcing. But at least when you have your own company, it then assists you employ more workers, at least at a lesser rate of exploitation. So we're pushing that the university must go back to that idea, implement that idea before it's too late. Around the issue of the relations, Chair, you've mentioned when we were in Cape Town that we must work in our relations in terms of governance structures, more specifically between Council and the Senate, Chair. So far, we have not yet received any report in terms of what have been done in mending those relations. And we are raising this issue to say it's likely to be a crisis in the future to come. Because the Senate is one of the key governance structures that lead academics. Meaning, without having a proper relations between Council as the highest decision-taking body and the Senate as the highest decision-taking body for academic matters, is a recipe for disaster in any university. So we're urging on the side of the Council to ensure that it initiate in mending and ensuring that it build the relations with the Senate to close the gap. I don't want to mention the examples of what we are suffering because of the lack of those relations, Chair. So we're saying in this that the more we have, or the better we have relations between all these structures, meaning the Council, the Senate, the IF, the better it is going to govern the university. And also, Chair, there's an issue we've stressed, and I think it was partially touched by students. The wrong of exercise of power, even in some of the offices where things are being influenced politically in higher offices of the university. It's a big crisis, it's a recipe for disaster, Chair. But we can't mention and name and shame people here today because we don't have evidence. But we're saying, Chair, whoever that is participating in such activities, we're looking for them. We'll expose them one day. Today might not be the day, but we are not comfortable for university officials to participate, whether it's in student politics or it's in labor politics. They have the simple role to manage the university, not to become unionist, not to become politician within the system. That assists in terms of working their relations to know who plays which role in the system. Because immediately when you start having people that overstep in the system, you're likely to have a crisis. Because others will have to rebel in defending themselves, and others will have to do any means necessary in their own defense. So it's a worry that we've noticed around the issue of our fragile relations that we have, both in governance and also internally in terms of the executive level, and also at the labor level. Lastly, Chair, as labor, we started a bit bad, Chair. We couldn't get a chance, and I think we must stress this thing, to welcome, it's also among the relations, to welcome the new Vice-Chancellor. It's only up to Friday when we were called. And we're very surprised to say, how can we have a Vice-Chancellor the whole month, but Labour has not been called to come and welcome this person? How are we going to support the Vice-Chancellor if we're not being called? Because we are the people at the factory floor here. We are the people that carries this university to ensure that the product takes place, meaning we are the very critical stakeholder of this university. Now, to have a chief of commander that have not yet attached or that have not spoken to the Labour Forum is a bit of a crisis. And at the same time, Labour is represented at the council, Chair. If you are saying we don't want to call the structures to come at first. But I'm saying, Chair, if it happens again, or if next time we are welcoming a new Vice-Chancellor, at least let's consider this thing of ensuring that at a welcoming of a Vice-Chancellor, we call, and at the same time, Chair, we are given a fair chance to welcome and support the new Vice-Chancellor so that we build the university going forward. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. So I spoke to the person who's controlling sound, and I said, if it gets to 1426, your mic must do exactly how it did now. You see, so I'm happy the person who's controlling sound listened, because you heard from the mic that the time might be done. On a serious, or maybe I think I'm going to give members to engage all presentations. I don't think next time, Labour, it will take the whole month for Labour to be called to welcome the Vice Chancellor, because in the opening, the chair said, you are working on on fixing relationships. So maybe by March, maybe the appointment of the Vice Chancellor came early. If it came in April, maybe we will not have that problem, because we are still fixing relations. So I'm comfortable, or I'm confident that you are headed in the right direction, where all stakeholders will see things the same way. That one, this is an institution that is supposed to do X, Y, and Z, taking into consideration where you are situated. What is it that I think you've got 1,800 employees in this institution. It's not a small number. And would want to get to a point where we say you've got maybe 3,000, because we're doing 2 other forms of teaching and learning. We're doing an afternoon class, maybe from 5 till 10. We're doing an online that the chair spoke about. And, in order for us to get there, obviously the department must play a critical role, but stakeholders must be on the same page. Those of you who are interested in global politics, people always say that if you've got too many voices that are coming out of the country, you are likely not to get people to come and invest in your country, especially on key policy positions. In this country, we've got people like AfriForum, who goes and say there's genocide in South Africa, where white farmers are being killed on a daily basis. You and I know it's false. But there's somebody who has been given, or who occupies a very serious position in global politics, leads a global superpower country, who just decides that I'm going to cancel funding, UN aid, bursaries. There are students now who can't register, who were funded by some American funders, who just, when they withdrew, they did not pay for the funds of those students. They can't register. They applied for NSFAS. NSFAS now says they are funding, but they can't fund. So I'm hoping that you don't, get to a point where we have a South African government and AfriForum situation, where when the management goes out to DHEAD and say, DHEAD, we need support on X, Y, and Z, because we want to double our numbers from 30,000 to 60,000. Then Labour says, no, we won't be able to teach those learners, because as lecturers ourselves, we don't have data, for an example. So when you go there, DHEAD will not be able to fund an institution. So I'm hoping, I don't know if my example makes sense, but I'm hoping it does make sense. We hope that you guys get to be on the same page. Obviously, you must raise issues that affect workers. And I know at the end you said you don't want to sit on the tender committees, because I was worried when you said you don't sit and students don't sit there. We don't want students to sit on tender committees. because unethical people who sit there are going to corrupt our students. We don't want to produce a workforce that knows corruption, that knows how to apply corrupt tactics to get away. So we don't want students sitting in tender committees because there are unethical people in our systems. And I'm not saying here at WUSU, but I'm saying the system we do have. No, I can't comment on that president. The president wants to put me in trouble. So we don't want them to come out and know how to be corrupt. We want them to come out as ethical professionals. So we don't want them there. So colleagues, it's 2:30. We're going to have 15 minutes each to engage all presentations. So we'll just walk, we'll just start with you, Dr. Christians. I know last week I started with you, but where you are seated, it makes it very easy for me to start that side, and then Honorable Kaka, Honorable Governor, will end with Honorable Msezan. I will just do a closing because I think all my questions will be covered by you colleagues, Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I would just like to acknowledge all the presenters. Thank you very much for the time and effort that you've put into the presentations. We really appreciate that. I think, first of all, for me, what really stood out was infrastructure. Now, we saw being presented that there was a lot of mention or complaints or referrals to infrastructure development across the campuses. The pack that we also received showed unfinished infrastructure projects, and it also seems as if there's weak consequence management with regard to this infrastructure development. That is, with our service providers and so on. Now, the last presenters also mentioned infrastructure. The SRC also had a problem with infrastructure development projects. Now, my question really is, we've heard on our walkabout that infrastructure is aging and that this is an old building and that it belonged really to the previous regime, so to speak. But the problem that I have is that there has been little or no upgrading to the facilities. So yes, you inherited a facility, but you haven't managed to upgrade that facility in some time. And that really implies that maintenance has not been done. So I understand the fact that the building per se does not belong to you and that it belongs to Public Works, but why has the facility not been maintained adequately? That is my first question. Now, the SRC also mentioned, across campuses, they also mentioned maintenance issue. So maintenance of existing structures, why is that not being done? Who is accountable for that? And why have no steps been taken against that person for infrastructure mishaps or the lack of maintenance of infrastructure? Now, we've also heard that land was allocated in 2020.
Maybe let's allow them to answer the infrastructure-related questions.
All right.
Then we'll come to the land. Who's responding? Refurbishment of building, student accommodation as raised in the meeting.
Let's ask the TVC IS. I know he's new, but he's on top of this particular issue.
So I see Labour, you had two mics at the same time. One was from Neha, one for APSA. You don't even want to share mics. No, I'm joking. DVC?
Yeah. Thanks for that question. I think I agree with you in terms of the facility not being maintained properly. And one of the root causes is the allocation system that we use for budget.
DVC, if you can just put the mic closer. We're recording there, so
Okay.
yeah, they can't hear.
Yeah, one of the root causes is the allocation system that we use for allocation of maintenance budget. For these two sides, remember we've got the other side, that side, and this side. So we've been allocating around about 300,000 K for maintenance, which is not enough. So we're looking at optimizing that model, taking from wherever we don't need to do maintenance and to allocate another portion of maintenance budget on these two sides. There's been, if we go to the other side, you'll see there's been an upgrade that has been done. There's one building that where IEG funds were used to build a new building. On this side, there isn't nothing that has been done except maintenance, which as well the budget was a bit low. Yeah. So in terms of consequence management, if colleagues were not doing their jobs, and I can point to that, steps will be taken. But for now, I haven't had that. I'm only 4 months into the job, 3 months into the job. Thank you.
So I think the CFO should also speak on this, because around the allocation of the money, he should also account to Parliament.
Just maybe CFO, if Chair, this thing about maintenance is important and it's linked to the bigger issue on budget. But if you look at the slide that was presented, tracking from 2004, 2005, there has been maintenance, but it's not adequate. We have to step it up. It's linked to internal allocation, but most importantly, the overall budget allocation. So we have to improve the delivery inside. But if you look at it, year on year, there's been maintenance budget. There was a slide presented, but it's not adequate because we're dealing with decades-old infrastructure. So an injection of capital budget to actually improve is one solution. But at the same time, how management prioritizes what already is in the pot becomes critically important. I think that's where the CFO kicks in. I thought let me mention that year on year there's allocation. 2004, 2005, there's a slide that presents that, but it's never adequate because you have a big backlog.
I wonder though, Vijay, whether, you know, this item is always on the council agenda. I don't think for the last 5 years. The problem is lack of planning. So if we have some money, let's say we've got money, it's in the bank, it's 103 million rands. We can't use it because it's controlled by DHET. If we can lay our hands on that money, there are 4 residences that we will refurbish as if they were new. But if you go now to Komani or Slimela, you will be shocked at how bad the state of those residences are. You'll be wondering, what are these people doing? You know. Now, DHET doesn't have something called a maintenance grant. So you have to find the money somewhere. You know. So, and this is why even this money, this 103 million, is interest we earned for keeping the money in the bank. So which means you have to be inefficient somewhere because the way you earn interest is by not using the money. You know, so you know, I remember, I think 2021, we go to the campus and the students take us residence by residence. We eventually went to Butterworth and see the, and they fixed those residences because there was a particular pressure at that point. Last year, there was a pressure at Komani and Slimel. Those are now uppermost in the agenda. I've got no doubt this year there's going to be a pressure here because we've visited and we've seen the infrastructure challenge. And even the reason we fixed the water problem is because of the visit in Parliament, where the chair asked me that I should now report directly to Parliament. I've never been asked by Parliament to report to Parliament. So, which now means I must go to the council and say that it's going to be embarrassing. What am I going to tell him? You see. Now, this is all reactive, reactive, because there's no forward planning. The VC said I don't know whether it was when we interviewed her, she said the first item she's going to attend to is an infrastructure audit. I don't know how far she is now, it's been a month. It's an infrastructure audit, which we need because everyone agrees that we have an infrastructure crisis. Now, the reason I wanted the CFO to account, because he is the one always coming with his gymnastics at council when we ask him, where is the money for infrastructure? So he must explain to yourselves what's going on.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have been covered to a great extent by the comments from Councillor Jakana, but let me reiterate. We also have a funding crisis as a university. At an operational level, the main grant for operational purposes has been stagnant for the last 3 years. So that puts pressure on the funding model of the university. So not just for facilities, but for other areas, we are not able to, or are not able, through EMC, to allocate the funding that is requested, because we'd have to trim it so that we don't have a runaway deficit. So I think that's the first comment. The second comment is what the DVC has said, is that once we have allocated money to facilities, there is still room for the executive in that area to find the best way to use those limited resources. And I think we would be open to that. Thank you.
Dr. Christians, I'd stopped your time when they were responding, so I'm going to restart it now when you continue. Are you sorted with the responses?
Chair, I just want to say, for us as a committee, I think that we really need to encourage the Department of Higher Education and Training to come and intervene, because in my opinion, stark contrast between this university that we visited today and the University of Venda that we visited last week. Why is there such a stark contrast? And I believe that DHET should intervene. As we heard now, grants are stagnant or non-committal, and they have 100 in their bank account, which DHET is reluctant for them to use. So I see that as a particular issue for this university. And I mean, I would really like us as the committee to investigate that and to assist them with that.
Yeah, maybe before you move on this one, were you done on the infrastructure part of it? I think it might be a little bit unfair, acting DDG Mabuse. But I think when you agree to stand in for somebody, at least you must receive some briefing. And I'm hoping you do have. If not, next to you, we've got colleagues who are in the university branch at the head. It has now been raised twice that the institution raised money from being inefficient. But they have money now. It's in their bank. They can't, the department has not granted them, they go ahead to use it for a reason known to you guys. And They are saying they've looked at least 2 residences, Silimela and Komani, something, yeah. That I saw point, and I think the president, in their presentation earlier on, did say that the university wants to close or does not want to commission residences that are university owned. And the council is saying we can't put students in accommodation our children will not allow our children to stay in. Because as the chair indicated, he might have exaggerated, but the chair would have said it's worse than a pigsty. What is the department doing to assist? This is a cry. This is not the only institution. You and I will know many institutions. On the IEG grant, it's true. They've not grown for some time. In fact, in some instances, they went down, which is something that we are having a conversation with the department. It's an issue of the department and the National Treasury. That one will, I think, will get to the bottom of it. Because even there, we believe, Chair, National Treasury ends up taking this money because from the departmental point of view, we are unable to administer it properly. In fact, what happens, I don't know if the CFO here has suffered that, but what happens, because what we do, we then say to department, give us a report quarter by quarter. And then we are able to monitor how much funds is transferred to institutions. When it gets to 4th quarter, the department puts in, out of 48, for an example, last year it was 48 billion in grants. The department will wait until the last quarter to transfer the 20 million. So for 3 quarters, they'll transfer 28 million to institutions. And in the last quarter, they do what we call fiscal dumping. And then they punish institutions to say, you have not spent this money on this. So it's something that we have raised with the department ourselves. And I was hoping that CFO, you'll also come, at least clarify that the department is not helping us by giving us the bulk of our money towards the end, 2 months, 3 months before the end of the financial year, and once a report. I mean, in some instances, Mampi, I can't remember which institution, they transferred money on the 1st of March, and on the 27th of March, they wanted to know how much have you spent. I mean, it's crazy. And it's a departmental problem, which we raised with them. So when you do that, National Treasury then comes and says, you are unable to spend this money. I'm giving it to departments that care. So our IEG will not have grown. In some instances, would have went down on the basis of our inefficiencies from the department. And I know it's not your fault. You know, sometimes I tell Yusuf, not everything that is wrong at universities is caused by universities, you know. But you as Yusuf, you must be able to come out clear and say, at this institution, this is why this money was not spent. But if you can't do it, the department will come to us and say, no, that university does not have capacity, lying to us. So we agree with you. But also, Luana CFO, I've asked her to give me because you said when you are responding, you mentioned that the problem is low allocation. So I said to her, she must open a page for the annual report. I want to see, even that low allocation, the money that you were given in the previous financial year, were you able to spend it? Because if you can't spend it, the department also, you are giving them an excuse, for the lack of a better word, not to give you more money. Because they'll say, those people, we gave them 100 rands, they return 17 rands to us. And then we come and say, we need more money. So, Dr. Christians, I thought I must just clarify this part. And if you can respond to those 2 things, CFO, before we give Dr. Christians.
Chair, on the first one, we have not experienced a lot of problems with getting transfers from the department towards the end of the year. We have been getting them on time. Then on the second one, in the last 3 or 4 years, as we have reported in other forums, the university has done a lot in terms of improving its spending on the infrastructure efficiency grants. We have been in the top 5 or top 2. So in the last 3 years, prior to that, that's when we earned interest. But in the last 3 or 4 years, we have been doing well in terms of spending the IEG funding.
Yeah. Dr. Mabusela, are you able to respond here on the position of the department? You don't have to, if, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. It will actually be clumsy for us not to respond because we are here. But I must say that the allocations as they come from the department will never be sufficient. And the approach obviously would have been to say who is at the forefront of allocations. Is it historically disadvantaged universities or those that are there? The elephant in the room, Chair, would possibly be the use of the surpluses that they have to say what is the reason behind holding, those surpluses, if I understand the argument correctly. With TVET colleges, if you were to draw that comparison, they are free to use their surpluses. For USU to approach the problem as it is now, as an individual university, it may be problematic because it seems as if it's a general, historically disadvantaged universities. It should be a collective effort that is addressed by us, the department, but together with the portfolio committee for answers, obviously. In terms of law, there has to be answers to say, why are you not doing or why are you not taking a particular decision? Yeah, I think that will be sufficient from us, Chair.
Chair, I'm not trying to interject, but I just want to ensure that we do justice on this matter. But also, Chair, to reiterate your sentiments that members of the department that don't have the capacity to respond on certain issues must not speak for the sake of speaking. Our concern here is specific, and the DG, if ever he delegated authority to the acting DDG, the acting DDG should have responses on this matter because it's not by surprise. The Chair of Council speaks about funds that they have indicated to the department that they'd want to put into good use. The department must respond as to why they have not given them green light, full stop, and not waste our time with many explanations that are not relevant to this topic or this particular matter that we are dealing with. We'll appreciate, Chair, that maybe the acting DDG goes back to the DG so that we have a response on this matter immediately so that we can actually convey it to the institution so that they can start to utilize those funds as they are made available for that particular project. Thanks, Chair.
No, Anela will write it down. We'll write to, it's part of the questions we'll write to the department on the specifics on this one and by when will they respond to WUSU on this one. It's not the only one. We receive things, Chair. When we met last time, you indicated that your matter of building student accommodation on P, the department would have given, or the ministry would have given you the go-ahead. But in other institutions, they complaining that we have written to the minister, there's no response. So it will be part of what we put in to the questions for the minister and the department to respond. By when would you respond to this specific issue? If Wits University says, I've got somebody who's willing to build me 2,000 in my own land on a triple P arrangement. We need a go-ahead from you. When did you receive it? And then by when can you respond? Because that's all we need, especially when we don't have much. But we'll write to the department to give us detailed. Dr. Christians?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I think that, it goes without saying that 300,000 Rand is way, way under budget for maintenance, and for an institution to be sitting with 103 million Rand in the bank and not being able to use it is even more disheartening, I think. So we await those answers. I think for me, Chair, the second issue is really about the student housing or accommodation issues that we've heard. And again, it's not isolated to this institution, which is very worrying for me. So across our campuses that we visited last week, across our TVET colleges, universities, we've heard exactly the same thing. NSFAS has their own accreditation processes, the university has their accreditation processes, and the students stay unhappy about what those actual housing looks like for them. So, and I think that this is really one of the most abused spaces nationally at the moment, and we need to do something to rectify this. So I just want to know from the university, how does the accreditation work with NSFAS at this institution? How does NSFAS liaise with the university? How is that accreditation done? Once they have accredited the housing, do they inform you? Is there a database? And I think more importantly, who carries the liability for these accommodation or housing experiences of the students that has been accredited by NSFAS? Who does the actual health, safety, etc. checks? Is that left up to NSFAS, or is the university a part of that sort of accreditation on health, safety, just suitability, all-round suitability of accommodation?
Chair, on the NSFAS accommodation, is what we alluded to at the beginning, that prior to last year, the university used to administer. But under the pilot project, the inspection, the onboarding, the contracting of service providers takes place between NSFAS and the service providers, with little or no involvement from the university. The second thing is also when the students, our students, I think the SRC touched on it, when they apply for the accommodation, they apply for the accommodation on the NSFAS platform. We then get to know afterwards that our students are at such a place. So that's the challenge, that the administration of the NSFAS accredited accommodation excludes university processes and university management. So legally, that would also be between NSFAS and the service providers. And I think last year we had a problem with response times, but I understand that maybe things will be different in 2026.
So truly, it seems to me then from both the university side and NSFAS side that there is some sort of accountability gap. They come and they accredit these housing facilities, and then they disappear after that. And then it is your problem as the university. So when there's any problems, the students blame the university. And I do think then that there's a huge gap in accountability here, and it is something that, you know, we need to take up very heavily with NSFAS. There's no way that the university cannot be a part of that accreditation process. I mean, it would make, if an accommodation housing facility is non-compliant and a student has no other recourse but to come to the university, the university is in a way liable to see to that student as a student of this university. Chair, do we have NSFAS? Could we have some answers on this and how that accreditation will be done this year and what the recourse is for students should an accommodation housing facility not be compliant?
Thank you very much. I think I must start with the first question from the university to want to be involved in the approval of students that are registered, that are applying for student accommodation. And we can change that part. We will send an instruction to the solution partner to change it so that the university can be a middle person to approve all students that are eligible and they are registered to the university to stay in the accommodation. So the second one, we started the engagement with WUSU. When we came in November, we had a meeting in December for monitoring and evaluation, and then we drafted a document and submitted to the CEO to propose people that must be involved in the monitoring and evaluation process, which is one person from housing of the university, one person from financial aid, and the SRC members that must be involved in the monitoring and evaluation, and one person from NSFAS, and one person from the solution partner. We already started with WUSU when we came in, but the problem, the president and the SG, they were in Cape Town for workshop of NSFAS, and they requested us to stop until they are part of the engagements. We spoke to them as well. So they are going to give us when they are available so that we can have the new dates to do monitoring and evaluation with Walter Sisulu. So we've already committed to other institutions. So when they give us the dates, we'll show them our calendar and allocate dates for WUSU so that we can go to all campuses. So what we don't want to do in the process, we don't want to target certain residencies and then they feel targeted. We want to go to all the residencies so that we can do this monitoring and evaluation with the SRC. So that is what we're going to do with the SRC and including the university in the process. And there are some residencies that they flagged and went to, when they tell us the state of those residents, we send someone to check to confirm if these conditions are really so bad. Then we flag that residence, we off-board students to the other residents. Like this morning's, the one that was in the presentation, they gave us that residence, we checked on the system, we sent someone on the ground to check that accommodation. They will give us a report and we'll flag that property and off-board to another residence and give the report to the accommodation provider where they need to fix. Thanks.
No, Chair, Dr. Christians, your term is paused by the chair. Yeah.
Your mic is that one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, sorry, Dr. Christians. So your first response was, because our concern is the interrelations of how the university or the institution participates in the process. And your first response was that you have given authority to the institution, the university, to pre-approve. But pre-approving does not mean that the university knows the residents. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. We're on the ground. We know how it works. So they're just approving that the student is staying at a private accommodation. They don't know it. So they don't play any role. So the question related to what are the measures that you've put in place, which you answered a bit later, to ensure that the university, the stakeholders involved, being the students, will be able to participate in the process. But are you capacitated enough? I think Chair, this does justice so that we don't go back to the same questions when we ask our questions or when we interact. So do you have the capacity then to be able to run that process? As I think it's going to be a great challenge, because you know all the residencies or the private accommodations that you pay as NSFAS. Your approach does not seem to speak to dealing with them at their entirety. You want to go to institution by institution, which might even take you the whole year for you to cover all the private accommodations that you are currently paying. Why is it that your system does not take all the institutions that you are paying, then you formulate a strategy in which you're going to do the assessment of all of them, rather than saying you want to go to institutions because you don't have the capacity? At some point, Chair, as I conclude, we would have engaged the newly appointed students housing manager, the lady that was appointed recently, and she did share that you have that approach that you want to use. And she did also admit that you don't have the capacity to ensure that you get all these residences or private accommodations that you were. So I just want to understand your approach so that we do justice again to Dr. Christian's question, and then we don't have to ask it again, and we don't have to say you are misleading us to a great degree. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, when we do a follow-up, let's not start most of the things that you have said. It's actually how Dr. Christian started her question. So let's not repeat what has been said, because we are asking a follow-up. Let's go to this is the gentleman, what he's saying. Let's contest it, or let's agree with it, with what he's saying, because the preamble was done that side. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chair. I think what we have submitted to the CEO, the issue of capacity, I don't think that we have. But in the process, we can't leave it because we don't have capacity. We're attending to issues that are reported to us as well, and we're doing our planning as well for monitoring and evaluation, while we're looking at the issue of how do we then respond to all the universities and colleges so that they can be covered, so that we don't go to the other ones later on. So we have submitted a report to the CEO that we don't have capacity to do monitoring and evaluation to all institutions at the same time. So he's looking at the matter, but while he's looking at the matter, we're still doing it on the ground so that we can go to the agent institutions where we're needed for monitoring and evaluation.
Yeah, so you are saying when a residence has been flagged, you send somebody on the ground to go verify whether that's true or not. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, Chair, because there are already people that we deployed.
No, listen, we'll get there. I just wanted to get clarity. Is that correct? Yes.
That is correct.
Who are these people?
We have NSFAS people that are deployed on the ground that are assisting students in onboarding for student accommodation, and they are assisting in changing the password where they don't remember their password to reset the system of the accommodation. And we have
So these are people that might be coming from operations.
Yeah, they are
at
coming from,
NSFAS.
yes, that's correct. They are also the solution partners are assisting us because it's their own system. It's NSFAS system, but it's developed by our solution partners. So they are assisting as well. They are deployed on the ground. You'll find that in the one institution, there's 2 people from NSFAS and the solution partner. So we keep on changing them based on the need. If they are needed in another institution and it's a bit quiet in the other one, so they share institutions.
So you do pay solution partners for that work?
No, we don't pay them.
So they do it for free?
But they are not paid to deploy and assist us.
Okay, they do it for free. They are volunteering their services to verify what has been reported to you. Okay. Why are you not using the people that you used to accredit? Because you had people that, outside the solution partners, who accredited these people from the beginning. Are you not using them? Maybe let's start this way. Are you not using those people?
No, we're not using them, Chair.
Why?
Let me explain. When we came in, we found out that those people are the weakest link in this accommodation thing. Because we received
called specifically in Tata, in one of the service providers, the accommodation providers, who said, look, there's an accreditor here. I have a 20-bedroom that needs to be accredited and is allocated here. So he's requesting 1,000 per bed to be accredited. And we said, look, we're going to act on the matter. Here is our emails. Send us the complaint, but the person never sent. And we tried to call back, but he said, I don't want to compromise this person. So we can't, the same person that accredited these properties, that we see that they don't meet norms and standards, and send the same person to go and do monitoring and evaluation. So, because he might come with the same results.
Okay, no, that's true. Actually, those people, they messed up the whole accreditation of everywhere. I mean, everywhere we've went. I said last week when we were at the University of Limpopo, there's your colleague from NSFAS who said something about you having systems and processes in place on accreditation, and I got angry. I ended up indicating that that's not true. In fact, I have referred one matter to criminal justice system, because some of the people working with some of you at NSFAS, you are committing fraud. You are, there's a person was here actually in the Eastern Cape who sent me a certificate of accreditation. It was on the 22nd or 23rd of January. The certificate is signed, the date there says 26 January. Kuriba sign before date. Just put the date, 26 January 2026. Then they put a signature of the former CEO who left 3 years ago. But it's a certificate. This person says, I was forced to pay 100,000 to get this thing. We've opened a case with the criminal justice system. So some of your people, I mean, we went to Nkandla in October last year, Honorable Kakao. Kids were forced to sleep on mattresses. It's accredited by NSFAS. Accredited. There's no bed. NSFAS, the norms and standard says we pay per bed. Huh? We pay per bed. There was no bed. NSFAS, the person has got accreditation from NSFAS. There, the rules changed to pay per mattress, per sponge. 5,400 for a sponge. You know, the people of NSFAS, and I'm happy with, you know, it looks like there's a turnaround, but there are still few who their ethics must be tested properly, and we must take them through properly. And I'm happy that you are saying those people who are accrediting are not there. I don't think it should end there, because they've put people, children of our people in this country to stay in bed student accommodation, and the state paid. The state was forced to pay because people wanted this. That one was better to say 1,000. When we tell you, we go to churches with the owners of student accommodation, where my committees are young. They go to groove. They groove with the owners of student accommodation. We meet them at different platforms, at soccer stadiums. We meet the DG at the soccer stadium, and then the following Wednesday is not well, doesn't come to the meeting. So these members, they belong to societies. They come from constituencies where they interact with these owners of this student accommodation. So when they ask you a question, you must know they know. They have probably just been briefed by one of them to say, I'm an accommodation provider in Komani. We're going to see one student dress here. I'm told it's grade A. Corridor, I go 5-star hotel when we live here. I'm told where we're going now. It's grade A. It's rated grade A. So we are paying the maximum we can pay as NSFAS for a non-metro. So where we're going now. And I'm going to ask you, must be with us. You must explain, or you must show me this amount that you are paying there. You must show it to me there. Or I must see it. Okay, there's security here that is sufficient. There is Wi-Fi. There is kitchen. There is stoves, because when we interacted with WUSU last year, we learned that students had to buy their own stoves and fridges in this accommodation. And the norms and standard that says, in order for you to accredit, X, Y, and Z must be there. So we're going to, you see this one of student accommodation, it's close to me, because if you don't give these kids a proper one, there are guys out there who are going to take advantage of the young women or young girls who should be staying in proper accommodation. They're going to lure them using this money that they have most of the time. It's the money that they've acquired through corrupt ways. But they still use it against this young one. So we don't want the state to put these young girls in danger of being, being attracted to somebody because of money, or because they can afford to give them X, Y, and Z. That is why we're being tough on NSFAS sometimes. Because NSFAS is a state intervention to stop this thing of sugar daddies and all of that. But if you don't do it right, you are exposing these young girls. And young boys, they end up barbayo panda. Then they get stabbed, they get arrested, and their future is ruined. So you are saying you are working with these solution partners. I'm not sure, I was trying to check on my notes. I thought NSFAS said to us that they are cancelling the arrangement with the solution partners, and as we speak, they are paying universities for universities to pay. I think that was in the report of the 26th of November, that was, or something like that. But we do have such a thing that those people who are cancelling them and were paying directly. In fact, we even asked, are universities not paying through the same, using your Intellimali fund? You know, Intellimali, remember, yeah? Intellimali is the one that took that young girl here to jail. Intellimali paid 14 million. It was not a university, it was Intellimali. It was a middleman who also did that time employed by the university. So we asked, when NSFAS said so, we said, is the university, if you are saying you are paying directly, he says, no, we're paying directly through universities. And then we said, no, universities will then confirm whether they are also paying students directly and accommodation directly, or you are using your fundis, your Intellimalis, and so forth. So when you say you are using them to verify, you are confusing us, because this acting CEO said, we're closing that thing. In fact, I may have heard somewhere that they are actually even intending on taking NSFAS to court, because they are refusing to give the banking details to NSFAS, the banking details of these accommodation providers. So when you say you are using them, what do you mean, given this background?
Thanks, Chair. I think we are using them because their contract is saying they must develop a system for us for student accommodation. So at the end of the contract, they will leave the system with NSFAS. So now they are managing that system. So the component that is taken away from them is the direct payment. So NSFAS is going to pay directly. But we're still using that system to onboard students, because even when they leave, that system is our system, is going to leave with NSFAS.
Chairperson, none of this makes sense. You are going to inherit a system that has already proven yourself to be useless. So you're going to inherit it with its database, and then based on it, without recreating a new one, with a fresh audit and reflection of what the living conditions are on the ground, just move and look at it yourself and pay. It makes focal sense. In fact, you're not supposed to, those people are not supposed to be in business doing anything at all. In fact, you yourself, for authorizing payments based on what the system, what their system says, you are guilty of approval of the conduct of the standards of accommodation that you are paying for that are not in compliance with the codes of conduct of what student accommodation is supposed to be like. So your answer makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah, and I think he agrees that it doesn't make sense to him as well. Dr. Christians. Don't switch it off. No, long press, yeah, until the color changes. Where are our people of ITC, Chair? We've been waiting for them. So. ICT, since we're down there, are they not here for
Thank you, Chairperson. I've got another one. And on that note, I want to go to the IT people. But, you know, I think it is concerning the solution partners. I mean, we would like to have a little bit more information about their contract, I think. You know, if NSFAS could send us, I think, if our committee can request a letter and just inquire about the contract, how long the contract is for, what the monetary value of the contract is, etc. I think that will be good, Chairperson. My last question is on ICT. Now, we noted as we did a walkabout that ICT is really still deficient. And I think, you know, the question really is, has the university considered or have they conducted a governance audit with regard to their ICT? Because when we walked into the classroom, the IT classroom, we heard that the computers available there were the same computers since 2019. Now, as far as I'm concerned, my limited knowledge of IT, a computer really lasts between 3 and 5 years and then needs to be upgraded. And that upgrade also needs to happen continuously. So the question is, why haven't the computers been upgraded? Is that the situation across campuses? And have you ever done a governance IT or ICT audit on all your IT equipment?
Yeah, we've done an assessment of the condition of our IT equipment, especially in the laboratories. And from the report that I've seen, about 60% of our IT equipment is not working in the laboratories. And so there's been a disconnect from the TLT environment, the teaching environment, and the ICT environment, and we identified that as a gap. So what we're doing now is we're developing a capital replacement strategy of ICT equipment so that it can be submitted to EMC for funding, and if there's no funding, it can be submitted to council for funding. So we're in the process of doing it. But we're aware that most of our computer equipment is not working, about 60%. So we tried to upgrade the software so that that equipment can work, and it still came with the bad results. The equipment is very slow, it's old, it's not working.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I think the registrar must answer. You know, what happens here at WUSU is that we are told by the registrar that the reason we've been able to register so many so quickly is because of the brilliance of our IT systems. So now when I hear this thing is low, that one is low, etc., I just don't understand because it's inconsistent with what council is getting.
Yes, I think I just want to come in there with the chairperson because, you know, number one, we've noticed the equipment was bought in 2019. The second thing I noticed was that your package, your office package, was way outdated. Your office package is a 2016 package. And then thirdly, the computer must have taken about 10, 15 minutes just to switch on. So that means it's way outdated. I think, as the chairperson said, the registrar.
Yes.
Thanks.
I think the issue there evolves around maintenance of teaching and learning labs activities. If the computer is old, office package is not updated, it's an issue of technical support and maintenance there. But broadly, the university system functions at a high level, and that one is solid. What is happening in classroom? If you have old computers, you know the lifespan of a computer, that's a lab technician issue. It needs to have a schedule of how it is being maintained when they are going to replace. I think it's a technical issue with those who are teaching it.
Chair, I just want to say I'm not happy with that answer, but I will leave it there. Maybe my colleagues will interrogate it further. It certainly is a university funding issue, fundamentally, to upgrade your ICT and your IT laboratories.
Chair, maybe just one follow-up on this matter. Maybe the registrar is still going to respond to the question. Is computer literacy not a core module of this particular campus? At least I know that in another institution for education, computer literacy is a core module, which means you should be catering for your students in that lab. I'm not sure how many labs you have in this particular campus, but if it's only that lab or others at that size, I don't think you are able to ensure that the module is taught in time and the student is able to graduate on record time. So I just want to understand, is it not a core module for this campus? If it is, how do you then ensure that all students are catered for in that particular lab?
Thank you very much. First of all, it is compulsory for a student when you join university to have a computer. And they do get allowances to get that. Universities, you will experience that these labs, these computer labs, need maintenance and they cannot be maintained. So I do understand what you're saying, that we are supposed to maintain that and change those computers there. But that is not happening because of the financial matters. So what we resort to is to use students' computers when we are working, because they are supposed to have a computer. And it's also part of their allowances to have a computer. It's a compulsory thing. It's just that then maybe we are dragging the feet as the country to make it compulsory.
Data registrar. The tip, the normal lifespan of a computer in a lab setup, which in this case is applicable, is a minimum of 3, maximum of 6. Unless it's like a Mac or something, then it's longer. When you purchase a computer, you purchase it knowing fully well what the minimum lifespan is and what its maximum lifespan is. By year 2.5, you're supposed to have, obviously you conducted maintenance all along, but have judged to see how many of the computers within your lab need to be replaced. And then you replace them within the academic year that they are working so that for the new academic year they are available. So the fact that Orokoka la ka story sa 2019, 2019 was the 2019 was when I first took my oath of office to say, so help me God. I've taken a second oath of office to say, so help me God, since you purchased these. It's year 7. So it makes absolutely no sense that your institution has not been able, to return the procurement system and refresh it. To me, it indicates that you don't plan. I'm sure you go grocery shopping every year, every month, and even during the week, you know, if you know, and you go top it up. The same principle works with your computer labs. So I don't understand. I can't, Chairperson, I can't even say it's a case of money. It's just clearly whoever is responsible for planning for the computer labs, whether it's your DVC or that's yourself or whichever executive is responsible, does not know how to plan, and quite frankly, they shouldn't even be in that position. Or they're lazy altogether, or just do not care about their job. Full stop. So you can't tell us it's a money thing. Thank you, Chair.
Are you not responding?
Sorry, Chair. I think the Member of Parliament is correct. The lifespan of any computer is well known to function effectively, 3 years. After that, it will require continuous maintenance to function better. So I think the Department of ICT, together with the academic department, this is an issue that they need to address at that level to make sure we have better machines within those classes and even in other classes. That's what I can say, a member of the parliament. And that is not linked to the functioning of the university system, which is ITS. It's such that the gadget is old. It can't function. It needs to be replaced if it can no longer be maintained. Then DVC, IST, and the IT people must just deal with that.
Yeah, so there was a question, there was a response that students are supposed to have laptops. Is that a requirement when a student enters the university? Is that so, Registrar? Oh, there's ICT. Okay, maybe ICT can respond, but I need to understand that if each and every student, before they are admitted here, they are told, you must have a laptop, then I think then we can be assisted in how then does that, if that's the case, how do you then teach computer literacy? So you have one venue where they bring their laptops and you're teaching them from there and you install the required applications or apps to teach them. I just want to understand this process. I mean, it's the first time I hear it.
It is a requirement, member of the parliament, that our F10 students, when they join the university, they obtain the laptop because they get that money to buy laptop.
Chairperson.
Then if there are softwares, because remember we have different programs.
Yeah,
with
before we go
different-
to softwares, let's clarify this one of how you wanted to ask this one.
Yes, so I had asked, and the registrar had, in his response, passed the mic to the DVC ICT. So that's still lacking. DVC ICT must explain to us, or now when he received his report, what was the reason that the institution gave as part of handover, ya hore why were we not maintaining computers? And le hore na the next batch ya no di replace one.
TVC.
Yeah, the laptops in the ICT equipment in the labs. The reason it's not been replaced it's mainly because of lack of funds. For example, the assessment that we've done now, from the information that I've got, it requires roughly 60 million to replace all the laboratory ICT equipment. 60 million. Yeah, 60 million. Yeah. So I was trying to explain this. The major reason why that happened is the lack of planning, capital planning. When we buy this laptop, when are we going to replace it? And that happened because the ICT equipment will buy the equipment, and then the teaching and learning will use that equipment. So what we're doing now is with the teaching environment, teaching and learning environment, we're developing that capital replacement strategy. Because that 60 million, if we take it as a big chunk, it's a lot of money.
So you are saying, what is the way forward now?
We're busy developing, we're prioritizing the labs. Say, this year when we've got 8 million, we'll start with these labs. Next year when we've got another 5 million, that's what we're doing now.
Okay, so you have a plan starting now that says every year this is how you want. Okay, VC, you wanted.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to have an internal conversation about this laptop because there are universities where it is efficient. For example, there's one university I know that when the students arrive, it's mandatory for all university students to have a laptop, but there are ways to do it. One of the ways is that when they arrive on campus, there's already a process, and the laptop is then charged to the fees, but the students sign.
I think there's a sabotage. I think there must be that
The students
internal-
sign that declaration so that they know it's part of the fees, but the laptops are already available on campus, and they sign and they get the laptop. So that's one model that I know. But I think it's an internal conversation to find out what are the options that work for us.
Yeah. No, I think we'll have a conversation. Honorable Khaga, oh, you wanted a follow-up? Yeah. Dr. Christians?
Yes, Chair. I think that we understand that NSFAS students get an allowance for a laptop. And that's well and good. And it's really, it suffices for their own work at home, etc. However, that does not absolve the university from making ICT available to our students. Because when our students are here, they need to have access to a laptop, they need to have access to printers, scanners, etc. That is the bottom line. And the other point is that not all students get a laptop. Only the NSFAS students, bursary students do.
Yeah, so DVC, institutional support. I think the point we're taking from this thing is that let's go do a better planning. In fact, for us, as far as I know, NSFAS does not have an allowance of laptops. It has an allowance of study material. And students decide to buy laptops because they can get e-books. But there's no allowance that says buy a laptop. And so how we're going to take this one, DVC, is that let's go and plan. I had already said when we were down there that the Department of Higher Education and Training, because that is infrastructure. It's ICT infrastructure. I can tell you now with my eyes closed as I'm here, there will be institutions that have been budgeted for infrastructure that won't utilize their funds. And the department should be proactive. They should say, just like last year, the department had to reprioritize the funds that we had on the system to pay the 11 billion that was a shortfall for NSFAS. We got it from the system. We just needed an approval from National Treasury. And I'm saying on this one, it's easier for the department to say, we prioritize HTIs that are based in rural areas. Then you are able to benefit on this thing of laptops. And then you can decide how you want, really how to want to deal with it. But let's not rely on students bringing their own laptops, because I may come from a family that can't afford to get me a laptop. And if you are saying you are relying on students bringing their own, you'll have a problem. Secondly, register. Even when you presented, I think the chair is right, you had said over and above the efficiency of NSFAS, your system was able to register students quickly. So it means there's some capabilities on ICT. And we should be able to, I always tell these ones in government, that if you don't talk about your own successes, people are only going to talk about your own weaknesses. So there's no way we can say, we have had registration open for 20 days. And we have registered 24,000, if I remember correctly. So your system can hold up more than 1,000 every day. It's not an easy, you should be able to, take some credit for that, but you should be able to communicate it and say, these are the strength of the system that I have, or the systems that I have. And these are the weaknesses of the systems that I have. And I'll go to council and say, council, my weaknesses on the system are on cybersecurity. I'm probably on level 2 or level 3. I need to get to level 4. I'm making an example. Then you say, I will need this amount of money in the next 2 or 3 years to protect the integrity of the information I have and the qualifications I have on my system. So, but you can't just say, no, maybe we registered them by miracle. There's no miracle. Miracles, it's those things of Bushir. They are no longer here. They left this country unceremonious. So let's speak about our own successes, because if we don't, your opponents will only speak about the negatives. Honorable Khacha. Yeah. 15. No, I'll start. 1, 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me first start here. Who here is responsible for the clinic?
Take the mic, Honorable Khacha, also put the mic closer for our recordings there. So when they give me a sign, I must tell you.
I've paused my time. So the clinic, the staff who's responsible for the clinic indicated that they are operating alone and that they have been making requests all along for you to beef up the staff. Do you share that understanding?
Thank you for the comment. Just for clarity, the Komani campus had two professional nurses. And then we had one at.
But what Mike Mlomo?
Okay.
I can't hear. Yeah.
And then we had the third one at Komani Gray Street. So the one who was at Komani Gray Street requested a transfer to Butterworth. Then we requested the one who's currently here to go to Gray Street, whilst we finalize the appointment of the second professional nurse for this campus. Thirdly, last year, having acknowledged the challenges that we are having with campus health clinic support, wherein maybe sometimes professional nurses are not there, either ill health or they're attending workshops, we then recommended for the appointment of locums who can come in as and when we need that support as a backup in instances where we need support.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
then what happened to the recommendation? Is it in action?
It has been approved. Oh, sorry, what needs to happen is that every campus manager, because it was not people who will serve as locums for
When
their
was the
clinics.
approval made?
The approval was made last year. I think it was around October.
October.
Yes.
So
I must just verify the date.
And then how much time do they still need to give you that those recommendations?
As soon as possible, even if they could
I
have
mean, as
given
soon
me
as-
last year.
As soon as possible could have been November.
Okay, meaning that immediately after the approval, they could have then come to us and say, for Komani, I'm recommending this. For
So have they
Mthatha."
all recommended them?
They have not. Oh, we have an approved management report allowing them to appoint those locums. So what is left is for the managers to submit those names. Even at the strategic planning
Okay,
session
fine.
at
So
the end of the year, I
so
requested that they submit.
Why is
things.
it that the managers have not yet submitted that?
I need to find out from the deputy director because we have done our part in terms of an approval has been granted. Please bring forth the names.
Who's the deputy person responsible?
Okay, the deputy director for campus health clinic is the acting Mrs. Mzamo Mukweja,
Okay.
who institutional based at Buffalo City campus.
And who do they account to directly?
Yes, to the deputy director.
Who does the deputy director account
Or
to
reports to me.
Okay. So I'm asking this because in the same way that I had a problem with the ICT planning, I have a problem with you're able to think about this, but then your execution is very delayed. So if as soon as possible as October, now you've given authorization, you said people must do so, you're waiting for managers. If indeed your pace is aligned to the state of readiness for the 2026 academic year, you're supposed to have closed the chapter by now. I shouldn't be having this conversation with you. So I'm requesting that, because these are chats that waste our times. We could be having chats about more serious issues. But I'm raising this deliberately because if the person who's responsible for health in the campus is frustrated themselves, by the time she's not going to have the appetite to greet that person with grace because of such small things that need to be dealt with. Okay, now let's address why her office is not connected to the generator that the campus is connected to.
I will have to ask the infrastructure colleagues to intervene on that one.
Okay, infrastructure colleagues.
Yeah. We'll look into it, Honorable Khah. We'll look into it. I wasn't even aware that it was not connected, but we'll look into it.
Ndate, who tells you what's happening at each campus and what's needed at each campus for you to authorize?
Yeah,
There's the campus managers, I guess.
Yeah, he's a deputy director here.
You're not CEO and
No.
Okay.
For infrastructure. Mr. Gwababa, is he in here? No.
Eh?
It's not in.
It's not here.
It's not in the meeting. Yes.
Chair, can I reserve my 3 minutes for that person when they come back? Because I want to answer. Because for me, I don't think anybody's interested to come here and feel small or feel like I'm high because you don't, and it's also not my intention to catch people out. But I do get incredibly annoyed when the person that is your subordinate, that is supposed to inform you of things that you're supposed to fix, does not tell you, which makes you look like an idiot that does not know what's happening within their campus. So it's something that even outside of the sitting you must deal with, because part of leadership is being able to crack the whip on people that are impeding your ability to work. That is notwithstanding the fact that you wouldn't have a generator problem if the municipality was doing its job properly and all of those other things, because there are parts of the country or institutions that have zero problems with electricity and water. But get that right properly. But here, now that you said you'll look into it, what are your timelines?
An answer from the person responsible today on what's happening there.
I don't
And
understand.
then we'll come up with a plan today.
Okay. Agree, I'm telling you the problem now.
Yes.
For the generator there that you guys use here does not feed electricity there. What more information do you need?
Honorable Khaga, it might be a matter of the capacity of the generator being exhausted. So I need to have an answer first. Maybe we need a new generator. Maybe we don't need a new generator. Maybe that generator still has
Let me
got-
help you. By the end of business tomorrow, I would have had a chat with the person responsible for giving me that information, because they should have that information. And then, by the end of the business tomorrow, I'll have that. In 7 days from now, working days, I will write to the portfolio committee to say, after having that assessment, to give you an update on what it is that needs to happen and for how long that's going to happen, so that we're able to afford everybody the calm that they want around the situation. Does that help?
That assists. Sorry.
Thank you.
That assists.
Chen, let's go back to, there's a whole lot of, okay, let's go back to you. How long have you been here?
Me again? Yes. It's my 4th month.
It's your 4th month. What were you doing before serving in the role you're serving in right now?
I was at TUT doing a similar role. Yes.
Okay. Before you came here, was the team that you are now presiding over and the same team that was here before? Is it an inherited team, or are they also new completely?
It's not a new team. They've been here.
So kwena fela motho a motjha.
I think the director facilities was appointed last year, if I'm not right.
Where's the director of facilities? Are they here?
No, they're not here.
They're not here. I'm asking this because, for example, during our walkabout, the chair made reference to this in his opening remarks. I don't think it's Parliament's job to come and tell you that in a lecture room you need a bigger screen for students to see and to learn. It's not. That is, in the same way, it is not our job to come tell you that you must buy new computers. It's not. We should be having a chat about how do we align the curriculum that this institution offers with the skills needs of the country and trickle down to employment opportunities. That's the level of conversations we're supposed to be having. I can't even go there and pick just an alignment of all of these things, because I first must remind you that when you get into a classroom, you need a screen that works, you need a microphone for a teacher to say 1 + 1 = 2. Can I request that in part of your leadership strategy, you need to develop a new system in place on how you monitor and you evaluate your subordinates' feedback and participation in the institution, or else we're going to come back and have the same conversations. Chairperson, we're going to have a session in Parliament with NSFAS comprehensively. That's where I want to break down completely the conversation around accreditation, because it remains a very serious problem. I don't think today's session is going to help us with anything much. But I want to request to the president of the institutional ISS president, I need you to please write to us with a full, so take it as an investigative report. You know all your campuses. You know what all the issues per campus are. Instead of the high-level summary that you've given us, give us a detail to say, Hakarabo Khakao, these are the number of beds with attachments of proof for each and every student accommodation of a problem. Diagnose it, put it. Diagnose the second one, put it. That way it helps us have a more in-depth understanding as Parliament of what exactly needs to be fixed within the student accommodation. So that when we assess accreditation, Chairperson, we don't just assess to say, okay, the person who accredits does not do their job, but we assess the student provider and the right? Number 3, so that we also assess according to the standards, according to the codes and regulations of what the standard of living is supposed to be, what deviations exist in the system and what needs to be improved on. Please, can you do that within 1 month? Eh? Which one? The new one? Okay, whichever one is which one? That one? Do you acknowledge you will do it? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to stop here, Chair. At the very most, I want to have a more in-depth chat with NSFAS itself on the next meeting that we have with them outside of the institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Govan.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, I'm going to be very short. Most of the things that I would have wanted clarity on have been dealt with. But even though, Chair, maybe one can comment on the issue, I'll just put across the comment to NSFAS of saying the issue of accrediting these private residents remains a very serious issue that needs to be dealt with. It's high time that we stop and finish discussing it and you go back to the drawing board and sort it out, because it's embarrassing. Whenever we go to these private residents, it's embarrassing what we witness with our own eyes. If there's anyone amongst yourself who gets money out of it, render yourself going to be poor now, because it just needs to come to an end. It's those students are our children. They are your children. If you can't accommodate your own child in a situation of that matter, why would you expose other students? Expose a child, a South African child. You expose them to that danger, and it just sits well with your office. So it's something that we need to move forward. Maybe I will second Honorable Khakao in saying we need, Chair, a session that we will deal with NSFAS and move. Maybe one can get clarity on the issue of GBV, that was GBV cases that are not dealt with and are not taken into serious consideration. Can I get a number of how many GBV cases that you have in terms of statistics? Perpetrators, where are they? Where are the victims? What has been done?
Thank you, Chair. So I was going to come to this topic of the GBV and general violence against students. From a structural point of view, the management must give you the actual numbers of student victims of GBV and staff victims of GBV, if they have those numbers. They should simply read them out. But the structure of it is this. We have a problem, especially in Mthatha, on crime generally. Mthatha is a crime-ridden mess. And our students are not able to escape the crime in the larger town. It's made worse by this shortage of resources. You know, the students were in a protest last year. I don't know when the last time you went there. So they go to court. One of the students is appearing. No, not a student. The fellow who killed the student, who is alleged to have killed the student, is appearing in court. They go there, and he gets bail. He gets very angry. And then they come back and they take their anger on campus infrastructure. And they damage the fence. Okay, a big part, about 500 meters of the fence. They damage it. And that wasn't fixed for about 6 months. I kept asking, why are we not fixing the fence? About 6 months. Because it's a blatant security risk. But obviously, we never asked, why did the students damage the fence? So this is why I'm talking about a structural problem, is that when the students have a protest or a grievance, among them, they think it is an invitation to damage university infrastructure. I'm talking about a small thing, a fence. I know in our sister university, it was a bigger thing. But I think it's very, very crucial that we emphasize the fight generally against violent reaction to disagreements. Then the second thing, and something I mentioned in Parliament, if you're trying to analyze where is the source of violence against students from, the primary source is from other students. The primary source of violence. People who commit assault, who beat up others, primarily it's other students. So, which means we actually do have a societal problem that disagreement is resolved by violence, which we have not been able to address. Now, I'm sorry, Chair, but you know, we are meant to be helping these students with education. That is what we are, under the law, supposed to do, is to help them to become doctors or lawyers or nurses or whatever they are studying. But we now also have to double up to help them to be better people. In circumstances where our own staff, you know, the staff, we raised this thing, our staff, they said to us that, you know, you don't care about us because we are as traumatized by the violence we witness on campus as the students that you are giving priority to. And if you are interested in actually solving and creating a climate in which there is peace and harmony on campus, you also have to look at us, at our own concerns. You know, when there's a protest, who are the first victims? It's lecturers. They just take it out on the lecturers. They close them at the gate, they chase them out of the classroom, and they beat them up, they throw stones at them. But we are an employer. We are supposed to be providing a safe working environment. That's what the Labor Relations Act requires us to do. We are supposed to provide a safe. Now, we call the police. So I want to talk about the structure of the institution. We call the police. You know, the police never come. They say, no, it's your issue, solve it. The only time they will come is if you have an interdict, which specifically compels them to come and solve the problem on campus. I remember personally an instance where the taxis in Mthatha refused to allow the students to be transported from student accommodation to campus on the basis that these accommodation providers were taking up their slice of the pie, also doubling up as transport providers. I phoned, I don't even want to say who I phoned, but people in very, very, very high office in the province and nationally. You know what they told me? Sort it out with the taxes. We have created a climate of violence, and we have left the problem to the universities. Why should I ask my vice chancellor to go to a place of fire? Why should I do that? Because she is not hired to be a security provider. She's not even hired to be a counselor, but she's hired to provide education. So I'm not being defensive to the role of universities, but I really do think this is severely underestimated. And we as members of the council, our staff say to us, we are going to leave this place, we're going to leave Umtata, because you cannot guarantee our safety. We'd rather go and work at UCT, because there we will be looked after, we will be protected. So we lose out on the best talent, best black talent, because we specifically want to hire the best black brains available in the country. But why on earth should they expose themselves to the levels of violence that we have? I wrote this article in the Sunday Times where I said I am horrified at what universities are expected to do. So this is why I'm saying there is a structural problem, and gender-based violence is a subset of that structural problem, which is there is a climate of violence created around our institutions, which the government is simply letting the universities to solve it. Security is not our core mandate, but it has become our core mandate because every stakeholder looks at us to solve it. So they must give you the numbers that you want, but if there is anything really that Parliament should be looking into, is the fact that our universities are sites of violence, and they also have no capacity to solve it.
I did pause your time when he started. So I know the chair when he started raising his voice that is going to be long. So I paused it immediately. So you don't have to worry about the time.
Thank you for that. I've just requested my colleagues to give me detailed information so that I provide correct information to Parliament. However, I can comment that for 2025, we had 3 reported assault cases against 3 female students. And those were reported to security, and students were taken for medical support and psychosocial support. Then we had one...
Just for context, okay. Do you know who were the alleged perpetrators? Was it other students? It was lecturers? Okay.
No,
I want it to be in context so that...
Okay. Yeah. No, it's fine. I'll provide that clarity for each. The 3 for assault, the alleged perpetrators were fellow students, and it's female students. 1 sexual assault, fellow student. 1 staff member recently, verbal harassment by a former student who's not even registered. So the matter was then recommended for SAPS because that person is not a registered student. Then 1 male student, which was early last year, by somebody in the residences who's not our own student. And the student, all of them were taken for medical support and also for counseling. I need to, however, report
Before
that.
you continue, how does one who is not a student enter a residence?
Put your mic close.
How does one who is not a registered student get access to accommodation? Can you please clarify that when you were doing your investigation?
Okay. In our analysis, we noted that it was an off-campus residence, and this is a male student, and the person is somebody who's not even a student. So apparently that person forced his way to that residence.
So you don't know for sure how they entered?
I might not have those details. However, I can check from the records as to all the details after the investigation.
Okay.
Those are the ones that I remember, but I've requested for a detailed report so that we finish Parliament with that information. I need to, however, indicate that whilst we do attend to GBV cases, one of the limitations is that at times the survivors are not willing to take forth reporting processes. One, fear of further victimization. And I think even this whole thing of GBV can be frustrating to a person. So they end up leaving things out there. And as a university, we have to then come in through social workers to try to explain. One of the worst cases that we had was where a female student was allegedly sexually assaulted by a staff member. When we followed up with the family, because the student had gone home, the mother said to me, "Ma'am, I want to protect my child." And I said, "We are on a university phone, it's recorded, so that tomorrow you don't have to report to the Gender Commission and say, Walter Sisulu did not attend." So it's one of those limitations that we need to start working on. Of course, collaborating with community social workers so that they can empower our mothers and fathers out there. Thanks.
Report, because that should be the question in hand when you are referring to what you just said. Stigma, victimization goes to the process. How protective, fair, and respectful is the process of reporting the case? Because you might have a statistics of 4 people reported, and yet GBVs across the campus, simply because they fear to report. How friendly and accommodative is the process? Because that's what should be your thinking when you're thinking about GBV.
Thank you. Having acknowledged that challenge, last year when we had a similar challenge, we then proposed that instead of students going to security services, let's create a GBV reporting at WUSU email address where students could report. And those cases are then allocated to social workers and psychologists, meaning that they will have access to those emails and interface with the students. In addition to that, what our social workers and psychologists are doing as part of raising awareness is that in their activities or programs, they will do messages of encouragement to those who are the survivors. And because GBV is a major problem in our country and of course in our university, part of the interventions that we are doing now during the registration phase is that there is ongoing GBV awareness so that our first years are not vulnerable, or even continuing students are not vulnerable. So those are some of the interventions that we are putting in place to mitigate. Thank you.
Maybe we will need further discussions with the ones that reported that they are not being considered or followed in the right processes. That is the SRC. Maybe you will furnish, even if it's in writing, a detailed report of your feeling or the thinking that it is being neglected by the university so that we do a proper follow-up. But let me just go quickly before my time ends on the issue of registration. Maybe this will be dealt by the registrar or the CFO. In terms of bursaries and sitters, do they pay in time so that it does not hold students back in terms of registration and other means? Are confirmation letters already been sent to universities in assuring registration? And we understand that there are sitters that delay to pay even towards the end of the year. So it makes it very difficult for students to register at the beginning of the year. Can you please assist us with that?
Thank you. The bursaries, it's a varied experience. We have funders that pay on time, and then funders that even as we speak now, they have not fully settled their dues for 2025. What we do as a university is, for registration purposes, we use the funding letter, but we also use the avenue as a means for debt collection to try and push an outstanding debt. And often we are successful with that. You have talked about the sitters. As long as we have got, I think we have a good working relationship with the sitters. If we have got a memorandum of understanding or a signed agreement, then we would allow the students to register. Also, to the extent that a student has got debt in their account that is due from the funder, we do not expect that payment from the student. We record it against the funder.
Registrar, you said the available spaces that were available for first year were 7,000. How far are you in terms of filling all those vacancies? Do we still have any vacant spaces available that have not been filled? If yes, how many are they and in which faculties? But in thinking around the issue that you had already had a large volume number of applications, you will grab from those that qualify. But I just wanted to understand that, are they all filled? Are there any faculties that are still yet to be considered?
Thanks, Member of the Parliament. Our 7,407 quota as approved was met last week on Wednesday, 28th of January. All filled. That's where we are.
Rushing just to a clinic issue, Honorable Khakhawe has dealt with what I would have wanted to discuss, but I think maybe we had a private session with the doc. What I have advised, I think will work better. And can you improve on the first aid appearance? Because if you fail there, it will be very difficult to attend basic needs of a student. Ntakangoga ithobi, beni applyele nini permission yokusebenzisa funds to improve residence. And also, when we speak about residence, also include the issue of Atlanta, the student village, ne postdem, because asikwazi ukusoloko sithetha ngezimbini when the others also need ukujongwa. Just a response. When did you apply for it?
What was the mic? Yeah, totally. Where's the mic, guys? Bring your borrow the chair. Borrow the chair, the mic.
Thank you. I see, I was just checking my emails, that it came to me on the 26th of September, 2025. And then I responded on the 29th of September, 2025, saying, I'm in support, please proceed to the VC. And the VC responded to me on the same day saying, noted with appreciation. But the physical lodgement of the application, I don't know. But I approved it on the 29th of September, 2025. Well, it's lodged by the university. Yeah, well, not this VC.
No, we will get it. No, DVC client in September was not there. He said he's here for 4 months. So we'll get it in writing.
Yeah, you may get it in writing, but I specifically on the 29th of September approved it.
Yeah, okay. Honorable Msaza.
apparently, in fact, anyway, let's give it to you in writing. Apparently, there have been several follow-ups from DVC Tlale, but anyway, maybe the chair is right. Let's give it to you in writing.
Can we be given the sitters that have not finished the payments of students so that we follow up on why the delay? Just list them and send it via our communication.
Maybe not only sitters, CFO. If you have outstanding fees from NSFAS for 2025 students, if you have the sitters, government departments, NSF, or all bursaries, just say, these are the 800 students that we have not received money for. These 100 were from NSFAS. These ones were from, just do it in that fashion, yeah.
Chair, maybe before you start my time, just a comment. Before you start my time, Chair, just a comment on certain utterances made by yourself, Chair of Council, Advocate Ngowaitobi, around the fact that our campuses have turned to crime zones. I think it's very important that from where I'm seated, I also speak from the perspective of student leadership and student activism, where we know the arrogance that sometimes is given to them by executive managements across the spectrum. I'm not speaking about WUSU because I wouldn't know, but I know that in certain instances we find that management is not willing to work with student leadership. Therefore, it gets to a point where they can't find each other. To make a typical example on such matters, we went to Forte with the chair. We found that the management there had imposed leadership to students, and there was mass demonstration that I don't need to tell you what happened there. But we know that most institutions, we have management that don't have great relations with students, and therefore normally things can't be resolved in the table. It was even reported here by one of the unions that your relations as stakeholders is fragile. That should tell you that there needs to be work done by yourselves as council and executive management so that it doesn't get to a point where there's protest and other things that could be easily avoided rather than a reactive approach when we deal with matters. So I thought I just should speak on that matter. So I was listening to the presentation, or rather the responses that was given by the registrar, and I'm not sure the colleagues seated next to the registrar around the fact that you use laptops of students to teach them computer literacy, which is a core module. I just want to understand, maybe just clarity. I know that there are tests that are written for computer literacy. I think I've been a student at some point in my life. How do you test using the students' laptops when you test for the module? How do you test them? I don't think there should be a discussion register there. I mean, you use the laptops of students to teach them a core module that is computer literacy. How do you test them? Or are there no tests that are done in as far as that module is concerned that require laptops, or in our case, it required the labs so that you get there. It is timed that you write your test in 30 minutes or whatever minutes. You write your test that the lecturer or tutor can then assess using that particular gadget.
Yes, okay. University is using Moodle as its learner management system for either teaching online or at times assessing online. So our students are familiar with that platform.
Register. Please, you see, I don't want to speak much about my life as a student, right? I know what Moodle is used for. Computer literacy is a module. It's a module of study. You teach it at a lab. There are tutors that teach. They don't use Moodle for that. You use Moodle for assessments. We know that. We know how it works. We know the Moodle system. how, if you were speaking about computer literacy, it's a module, core module is taught at a lab, you say, or the colleague sitting next to you said, you even use laptops of students, which require certain software. Now, I want to understand, because I don't think that is true entirely, but I think TVC academic must also get in now, so that we know how you actually assess this particular module. And if indeed it is accurate that you say you're using laptops of students to assess them as it relates to the computer literacy module. So if you don't know registrar, please give academic TVC so that she can assist you.
Thank you. Training for, if I get you right, you talk about, I think it to Skills 101, that type of module. Yes, it is taught in the classroom, and it's assessed in the labs. I would have to, and I know there are issues, which is why I've been following up last year on the computer labs. I couldn't, because I'm not actually delivering it myself. I know it's done, so, but I've, and I would have to get back to you to say exactly how it's done. Okay.
What issues do you have as it relates to that core module, TVC? I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I really feel that there are grey lines because the report we are getting, it can't be accurate.
I presume you're talking about Computer Skills 101.
I'm not sure how you...
Yeah, it would be that.
Okay.
We've already had a discussion around the computer labs, so they are problematic.
How many labs do you have in this campus?
Oh, on the campuses, I've got a complete list of all the labs. On this campus, I'd have to go to my list, but I could actually have a look for you. I just need to find the email, but... Hello, I've got a list of all the labs on each campus, as well as their capacity. I mean, we've got a lot of labs. I can't actually tell you up my head.
Speaking about this campus, Akari, we only observed one lab. So how many labs do we have here? Because computer literacy course, or as you call it, 101 computer literacy, is compulsory in this, this campus. How many labs do you have here?
I'll tell you as Prof. Tweeny can actually come in. I just have to find my report I had open just now.
Okay. Can I just get a response?
It was
Okay. TVC, can I get a response? Do you use laptops of students to teach this course?
Chair or Deputy Chair, I don't know because I don't teach it.
You are the TVC for academic.
But I don't teach unless someone tells how they teach. I don't ask people how they teach. I know they teach computer literacy, and I know that we have laboratory problems which we are trying to solve very hard. How they actually teach it, I've never asked them how do you teach it.
Okay,
if there was an issue, they would tell me.
Can the dean assist us? There should be a dean of this campus.
Yes,
I think the dean will be better informed of how things are operating in this campus.
Do you know, Dr.
Thank you very much. The dean is outside at the moment. But what we are using are those laptops, few of them that are there, and the computers of students. That's how they are taught.
Yeah, I think we have serious problems here, Chair. I do not know. You see, my time is going to be depleted because we're not being assisted here. You see, DVC academic, Chair, Karabo needs your attention.
Thank you, Chair. Can we be clear? Because when you say those laptops and computers of students, it could be used interchangeably with personally owned computers and laptops. So is it the laptops and computers of students in the labs that have been dedicated to the students to use, or those that are personally owned by students themselves? And perhaps a response from both yourselves and students will help, and not just yours alone.
Personally owned laptops.
So how do we interrogate the credibility of the course that you are giving to students if you're saying you're using their personal laptops. A personal laptop can have many problems, and others may not have them. Hence, I wanted to know how many labs you have here versus the students that you have, particularly first-year students. By the way, you can actually do computer literacy even if it's 101 on your second year. So it doesn't mean that only your first years are doing it. Others might fail it. They will repeat it next year. So you might have, in fact, you can even give us the number of students that are doing computer literacy 101. But I'm failing to understand, how do you say I must bring my laptop to be taught a course that is a module, that is a core module? You can't graduate without it. I'm really trying to understand that. And it requires certain software, and there's an assessment, a formal assessment that must be done in a lab unless it's done online. So I need someone to really clarify me on that so that I can move. I have many other points that I really need to deal with. I'm not sure, Chair, even the dean is hosting us. Dean is somewhere outside. There's no apology. I'm not sure if there was an apology to yourself, but VC, we're having issues. The dean should be able to provide some sort of response. I think I'll move as the management tries to find the dean. And I'll come back to that particular issue, Chair.
Chair, can I answer the number of laboratories? We have on this campus 2, 4, 5 laboratories with a capacity of 30, 40, 30, 30, and 39. So that's 80, it's about 170, 170 computers. Thank you.
We have 5 labs that can take 170 students
In
together.
total?
And they are all operational.
No, you asked, you asked me how many labs? I've told you. How many computers? I told you. I have no idea of the operational. Can I suggest, Chair, that we actually supply a report, because computer labs, operation, teaching is 3 different people, and to actually supply a coherent report, otherwise it looks ridiculous. We answer in bits and pieces.
Chair of Council and VC, you see, when we speak about core modules, I think I don't mind spending all my time on this because this is the core business that speaks to the credibility of your cause, right? I think we have a serious concern because I think we've already established that you have a serious issue of outdated gadgets. So we can have 10 labs, but if there's such a concern of outdated gadgets in those labs, then it's already an issue on itself. So I don't want to get into it, but as you can see that we're not agreeing. I think we won't agree. And I think I would really, personally, as a deployed member to Parliament by my organization, will really interrogate this matter and the fact that what then becomes of your credibility of your degree if that core module, there's these issues. I think the Chair, she's requesting interjection. Honorable Khahau.
Chair, I have a problem. I said generally, or in my submissions, that we're supposed to be dealing with serious things. But Vice Chancellor, I have a very serious problem with your DVC responsible for academics. Response to say she does not know what is happening academically in an institution that she is academically responsible for. It's the same way I have a problem with the person responsible for IT does not know what's happening in IT within the institution. That to me indicates people who are removed from the truth of the institution. Ma'am, it may not be your responsibility to administer education physically, to teach, but it is your responsibility to ensure that the academics that you preside over in your institution are doing so in an acceptable manner that is par excellence. So I can't, it makes absolutely no sense for you to be offering an academic program and for you to not know what the status of each and every academic program is. That's just wrong. It's wrong, Vice Chancellor.
Yeah, Chair, because my time is limited, I think you'll be able to deal with these matters.
Professor Bantini, would you like to comment on the program offering the module, the core module, and how the students are taught and assessed
Thank you very much.
with the problem of laptops that we have?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson and VC. We do have a problem, as you have seen when we were at the lab this morning. Some of the computers, indeed, they are not functional. In that case, what we do, we ask the students to bring their laptops. And IT actually, they do install some software in their computers, so they use their personal laptops and to make up for the other set of computers that are not functional. Thank you.
No, Chair, I think let me pass on this question. Like I said, we do our unannounced oversight visits as members of parliament. I think I'll do justice to this matter very soon. I'll really give it my time and attention. But now I don't think we'll do justice. The time is very limited.
Sorry,
Chair of
Chair,
Council.
there's a member of council who wishes to comment.
Chair, I want to state this. It's clear the lab infrastructure is there, but the computers are missing, actually in an outdated format. So the university now, we've seen it ourselves. Unfortunately, we saw it with the portfolio committee. We saw it is what it is. But I want to give this commitment to say it's not either or, either the laptop or the lab. The labs have to be there. We have to fix them. I would like the committee to leave with not a sense that we are in denial. So the fact that you are using a student laptop with a certain intervention of institutional software, it's a make a plan. Now that we know, if you look at those computers, the screens are great, but the processor is old. So you can upgrade them quite fast. So this is the undertaking I would like to leave with to say, we have seen it as council. We'll preside over management to make sure that the labs are upgraded, because it's not either or. The labs must be there, including personal computing when the people are at home. So I wanted to just, because in the discussion it could come across that we think we were adequate with personal computers only. It's not adequate. We have to have both.
No, thanks for those remarks, but I had to put that matter to rest. I'll do justice on the matter, because we could even debate the type of laptops that students ultimately get, your type of laptops as management and council, and the performance thereof. So we can't even get to that debate. Yeah, so I think I'll rest that matter. There's a concern on the fact that the chair of council said there are residences that are not occupied by students because they require or need refurbishment. How many beds are those that are currently, and how long have they been vacant there? Can someone maybe tell us?
I think let's ask I asked this question actually yesterday because you know why? In September, we had asked them to do an audit of the beds we will not use because they have to be refurbished. By yesterday, I still hadn't got an answer. I'm glad you are asking. Maybe you will get an answer. Professor Tlale.
Thanks for the promotion, Chair. So let's break it down by residents. So let's start with...
No, please, my brother, can you just tell us the number? Because breaking down is not going to assist. You know, these are university-owned residences that are not occupied for this long. Finish.
Just quickly doing a sum.
Yeah, if you don't have the numbers, you'll give them to us, unless if there's a follow-up you want to put there, based on the numbers.
Actually, it's just a statement, Chair.
Yeah, make a statement. I think send it to us in writing. Including the period that they've been decommissioned for, or not in use for.
Yeah, so Chair, my concern is that that period, the university speaks about having no or less or lack of reserves. that period, the university could be generating some income from the use of those residences. And we have a department that is just sitting somewhere, not worried about the fact that the university is suffering, and the university could be actually generating some income from residences that they could have refurbished by now. So that's why I really need that information so that we can hold the department to task, Chair of Council, when we meet them in Parliament. There was a report on academic exclusion by the SRC.
Mr. Chair, this might be easier than we think. What is the total number of the Komani rooms?
240.
240. So that's the same as Slimel. I think 90% of those rooms are actually condemned. So we probably are talking roughly about 300 rooms. Now, I know the member who was sitting here was also talking about Atlanta and Decant. So if you add that, we're probably talking about 600 rooms.
Do we know how long for, Chair?
Well, we only decommissioned Komani now and Slimela, where we've specifically asked that management should not be allocating to unoccupiable, uninhabitable rooms. Because, I mean, I know the SRC says we must allocate people. The same students come to us and say, why have they been put in these residences? So I don't understand how they can say we must allocate there when their own members are refusing to occupy those rooms. So it will be from this year that we won't be able to allocate. Now, Decant and Atlanta, I don't know the answer to that question.
President.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And of course, our basis is the ISRC to say those buildings must be utilized. It's because, Chair, there are people from within the university who are benefiting from the internal residences of the university not being full into capacity. And they take those students to the off-campus people to make whatever arrangement that they make. So our proposal as the ISRC was, can students be allocated there whilst this renovation is being done so that you can know that you will be giving these students non-res money for a limited period, but then it pushes you that you must bring back the students within campus. So that was our strategy. But we got a briefing with the SG now that one of those residences that even the chair is speaking about, there are students who are being allocated without even this attempt of saying they must be renovated. So they are being operational. They are allocating students and they are going to house students as they are. But our initial advice was saying, Chair, we must allocate them so that at least we do not lose students, because during the course of the year, it will be difficult for the university to get students with NSFAS having a lot of capacity on the off-campus accommodation. So if they are allocated and given an unres, they will be able, after some time, when the university residences are ready, be taken back to the university. That's our position, Chair.
No, thanks. I did not recognize the SG. You have taken off uniform, so you are no longer wearing PPE, so I did not see you. Chair, what the SRC is saying is concerning, and I know that the people who should account to you are at senior management, your VCs, DVCs, and all of that. But we're sitting with them here. So it means somebody is doing these things. And by the time, probably we're hoping by the time you get to hear about this thing, it's too late for you to act. And I've made this, when I was younger, in 2023, I've actually made a bold statement. And I said to NSFAS, I support NSFAS playing a role in student accommodation. The reason I did so, Dr. Lillington, was because I had adopted an institution not far from where I come from, called Valley University of Technology. I adopted this institution because almost everybody that I knew would have went to VUT at some point. When we did so, when we adopted that institution, VUT had more than 4,000 university-owned beds that would have been decommissioned since 2019, and they were not being utilized. Well, after COVID, they were never utilized. But VUT had 11,000 students on accommodation around Vanabale Park. And we asked a simple question: why are these residences not being renovated? I mean, I walked in at the residences site, and the student accommodation there was, in my view, was intentionally allowed to be bad. What is this thing, that rail that takes water there on top? What do you call it? Yeah. Gutters. A gutter had grown trees, and there was sand there. So when it rains, water doesn't go where it's supposed to go, through that gutter. It comes out of that, of an escape, the first escape. And then when it lands on the ground, it was landing on a pavement. Pavement had, those who know English, you'll help me. There's something in Sisulu, we call it bulele. This green thing, algae. Yeah. Yeah, so, so what does that mean? Those who know. Algae only grows where there's permanent water, moisture for a long time. Now we get, this thing is there, it's visible. We get there, the facilities manager lies to us, says, no, this thing, it's probably only for 2 weeks. It's not possible. It's not possible.
very interested in. The SRC said that there are students that are wrongfully excluded academically. I do understand from my little knowledge and background that there should be an academic board where campus SRCs participate, whether to review or to look at cases of academic exclusion. So if the SRC reports before the portfolio committee that there is wrongful academic exclusion, I really want to understand what the SRC means about that, because the SRC must participate. If the SRC does not participate, we'll have to then debate or discuss that wrongful academic exclusion. So I think a response from NSFAS and response from the SRC and I think if the TVC academic has the capacity to also assist in this one, please, Chair. Thanks.
We have submitted 2 reports regarding WUSU, and I said we will have then the dates of the availability of the SRC to do further monitoring and evaluation and submit further reports. So we have not done anything to the accreditors, but we submitted those reports that it was their fault because the standard are not the grades that we are getting on the ground.
Okay, so you have submitted to senior management of NSFAS. So senior management is the one that must open cases if they feel they need to open cases. It's not your competence. Fair. President?
Yes. No, thank you, Chair.
Conclusions, yeah.
Yes, indeed, as per the university prospectus, there is what we call the Faculty Appeals Committee. So we have had a crisis of deans, and of course, in the Faculty Appeals Committee, the SRC goes there as an observer, which allows for some reasons, and I would say bad reasons, the deans to just proceed with the exclusions without consulting the SRC. We're writing a lot of emails in trying to reverse such processes that were done in Paraweth, where exclusion was just done sometime last year. And when we started to implement it across the university, we're told that in Paraweth, no, we already excluded the students. So I think they were scheduled to start this week, no, Paraweth? This week, so they're going to reverse their thing of not involving the SRC and involve it now. But again, the major challenge there that we are trying about in the procedure is that the university prospectus says it is the Senate or the SEC that approves the list of excluded students. But here in our university, it's actually the HODs. And HODs find that they are the most grounded person at the level of the academics. And they would have met Umvelo in the gate, chasing them out, and they would exclude Umvelo unfairly. That's what we have been arguing with RET, and it continues to happen year in and year out. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. So maybe Umvelo must also not chase lecturers and HODs out. DVC, Dr. Linton, you have a mic there.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was made aware that the FMPAS had not included the students, and they're very much redoing it, and they're back on track again to complete. I've been keeping my eye on the appeals. Just in terms of the process, the appeals go to the HODs. From the HODs, they do go to a faculty committee where the SRC is supposed to sit. And when I'm aware that they didn't sit, and I've written to all the deans to make sure they do sit. After that, they do go to the SAC for ratification, and they get approved through the Senator Assessment Committee. So it goes from the HOD to the faculty, and the faculty to the Senate Committee. The Senate Committee is a final approver, as you do with all Senate committees. But it actually goes through a complete process, which is looked at. As soon as I get the reports, I look at the reports. The biggest issue, so it's not actually decisions made at HOD level. The HODs make recommendations to faculty. A faculty can't sit and look at that detail, but they do look at the detail as per student once they get the recommendations from the faculty. So that's how the HODs. It's a standard process, and when it comes to SAC, we look at it as well.
VC, let's close it now. Let's not. Let's close it this way. VC, the students say there was an attempt or a promise or a threat that the reconfiguration of this appeals committee was going to be done sometime this week. Maybe VC help us on it. Let's make sure that this team is inclusive. I mean, if it deals with, I mean, I hear what you are saying, Dr. Lind, but you are saying the students enter the appeals when it goes to the HODs to observe. That's a problem. It's at the appeals level. Somebody has taken a decision. The issue is who is that particular person, and what is the, because it should, in my view, I know Senate has got a lot of job, a lot of work, but isn't it possibly supposed to also fall under a credible body like that one, so that we run away from even having possibilities of students believing that this HOD can have the powers to influence the expulsion of a student based on their whatever relations. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. So the students appeal at a departmental level. The department gets those appeals and makes their recommendation at
But
faculty.
they appeal.
At faculty, appeals and exclusions. At faculty level.
But for a student to appeal, somebody must have taken a decision.
No, sorry, we just call it appeals. It's an exclusions and appeals committee because some of the exclusions were from the previous year and then there are, and those are the appeals. We just call it an appeals committee, but it's both. So it goes to faculty, to departmental level, and then to faculty. The faculty is where the students actually sit.
Who sits in the departmental level?
It's
Because
just,
that's where a decision is taken.
no, it's not a decision. They look at everything and make a recommendation. It's not a decision. And they say, someone has to go and look at the academic record and all the details. You can't have a big committee doing that. That is what they do at the departmental level. So at the departmental level, they look at all the details, they document them in a table, and they make a recommendation based on the details there, which then goes to faculty. They sit where the students are observing and they discuss each one. And that recommendation goes to the Senate Assessment Committee, which is chaired by me, with the registrar. Okay. Where we get it and we look at the, so
they don't participate anywhere in these three processes?
The SRC participates
Where?
at the faculty level.
No, you said they observe.
But as observers, they participate.
No.
That
So
part
how
I'm
do they
going to hand.
participate?
That's the part I'm going to hand to the
How's
registrar.
me watching this proceedings on YouTube participating?
Yeah, I'm going to hand that to the
They're not
registrar.
participating. Register.
Thanks, Chair. As per our rules, Chair, the SRC members are part of the Faculty Appeals Committee. They have, they present, they defend, they present the arguments of whatever they present, and the committee makes a decision.
So they are not observers?
They are not full members of that committee in terms of decision making. They are
Okay,
observers.
so they are members that do not vote?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and what do you think, Register, about that? Do you think it's a it's a good rule? I know it's part of the rules. Do you think it's a good rule in terms of having, you know, the process there? I just want to understand how did we get to that point?
Chair, as things stand, we believe it's a good rule because student leaders belong somewhere before becoming SRC. And we come from a history in the past where others will choose that they are not representing us in the true or fully representation. And then come conflict for this and that. Hence, the SRC is afforded an opportunity to participate. But the department and the faculty, who are the curriculum owners, they make the decision. Because we come from a long history of either not making a decision on exclusion because of dispute over the dispute, because students are directly conflicted over this matter in many ways.
No, Chair.
Could I suggest, Chair, that if the SRC wishes to make the rules are a function of council. If the SRC wishes to make a proposal on a rule amendment, they should make a proposal. We've recently changed our policy on procurement to include the SRC at the, I think it's at adjudication stage or something, but they're not involved at that sifting stage, as well as to reduce the quantum that management used to approve and allocate some to the SRC was there. They made a proposal, we changed it. So if that's what they want to suggest, fine. The registrar is defending the rule as it is, but he doesn't draft the rule, we draft the rule. But his job, once it is there, is to enforce it. So he's doing a great job of doing that. But the SRC wants a new rule, then they must come to the council.
Yeah, no, he was not doing a great job because at the end he says, no, it's because they are conflicted. And I don't think that should be the reason. I think the reason should have been that council members are here. They are the ones who should be able to defend their... I as a registered, as a secretary of council, I'm supposed to defend decisions that would have came from there. But when he says, personally, I think they are conflicted. That's where we differ because we take decisions where we're all conflicted. I mean, this report of this oversight, I would have had my own views. He would have had his own views. I would vote in Parliament for either the adoption of, or reaction of the report. Doesn't mean that I participated in the discussion of the report or drafting of the report. I don't participate, I will participate. So I think, but the point where I had you was that because student SRCs come from different student political parties, you may have been accused that, or those who are leading at the time, would have been accused of favoring those that are aligned to their political party by those that are, that's a different, which is a good point that I think I was willing to listen to. That says, in order for us to defend the integrity of the process, a council felt this was better for us to have it this way so that we deal with the innuendos or small talks that if it's the youth command that is leading WUSU, members of SASCO believe that they are not being fought enough in this appeals committee, but those ones of youth command are fought for harder. So that's a different argument that, and I was willing to, maybe go with you until you said they are conflicted. I don't agree with the conflict part, but this part, which is what we said earlier on. So, but you said that you had the chair. go to your student governance issue, canvass it there. Bring all political parties, say, this is the matter on the table. We believe that we should advance it for this reason. Let's hear what you are saying. So that when you take it to council, again, you are not accused of being those ones are leading themselves. They are taking decisions on so take it there into your council, student governance council, or I don't know what you call it here, but take it there, let it come as a consult with all registered political formations, submit it as it will have weight. When you take it there, go and lobby labor, go and lobby convocation. I heard you that on terms of labor, I think you are very close to upside. I heard you speaking there. But speak, go to labor, go to convocation, lobby them to understand you. If you go to internal members of council, they must understand where you're coming from. So go and lobby. I'm sure they will be willing to listen. If you bring in it's a point that personally we support, that the students should participate in processes that affect them. That's the view that we have. But obviously we've got rules currently, and the chair said their doors are open. Bring a proposal, they are willing to listen. So let's close this one this way. Honorable Spaza, you wanted to ask the DVC of Teaching and Learning?
No, Chair. In actual fact, I'm at comfort with the latter words of the council chair. Nevertheless, Chair, I think earlier on, I think it was during lunch, I would have expressed to the council chair that I have my own views about him at a professional level as it pertains to other matters that would have involved a person that leads me. But in this meeting, Chair, I don't want to also allege that I think you are more softer when it comes to the council chair, because I think more than 2 times when he just would respond while I was on the podium, you did not call him to order. So I'm not alleging anything that you are soft, but I'm just saying in future when we interact with this institution, in as much as I think we admire the fact that the chair of council is very hands-on and he provides leadership, you can tell as he engages his management. But please, Chair, do call the chair to order. This is our meeting. It's not a council meeting. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll subside.
I apologize, Chair.
Yeah, no, Chair. Don't worry. Honorable Sazana did indicate that before we close today, he wants to make this point. And indeed, true to his word, he has done so. So in writing quickly, before we close, Chair, you'll give us, or the management will give us in writing, when did you write to DHET, including the follow-ups that you said they do have. We would like to get them in writing. We will write to the department, Anele, asking them what is it that they've done, because I mean, if they had responded in October, I'm sure after exams when students left, you could have decommissioned, had the whole of December and whole of January to try and refurbish. Even when I was at RES, I used to stay at RES called Pius Langa, Hall of Residence at UKZN. We knew that at the end of the year, around November, they try and push us out when they are going to refurbish that part of your block. You'll rather take everything, put them in the storeroom, and in some years, maybe the following year, they will allow you to leave them if they're not going to refurbish. So I'm sure in 2 months you could have done a lot if the department. So we'll also write Anela to the department, because this thing, every decision or non-decision we take or don't take has got a social impact on what we are trying to do here. So the department sometimes don't understand that not responding creates a big problem. It creates a big problem. Like I said earlier on, there are institutions that wants to do triple P. I want to commission them for January 2027. They can't move. I mean, building takes up, even if it's scheduled for 9 months, with global warming, with the weather in Gauteng where there's floods everywhere now, including in Limpopo, Mpumalanga. So you don't know. Buildings there might take 2 years because of the inefficiencies of the department. So we must write to the department and ask them to give us information, institution by institution. What are the outstanding responses that they owe the institutions, and why are they not responding? When will they respond to those questions or interventions needed from universities? NSFAS, I don't want you to respond because I know I don't want to put you in trouble. I know what I'm going to ask you, you don't have it. By law, when you put students in accommodation, they must have what we call certification of occupants. These people that you have accredited, I want you to say, for an example, I'm going to make it easy for you. Say, East London. No, what is this? Eastern Cape. Komani. We have accredited 20 accommodation rooms. Here are the names, and here are the certification of occupation. I want you to do just that for just one campus here. Because I want to show you, Honorable Msazana, when you were saying, what is it that you have done to these people? They did not only rob the state, they robbed the people who are doing business with them, but also they've put children of poor citizens of this country into risk. They could have woken up and that thing, they don't know, maybe that house or commune is built on a landmine or a, what do you call it, sinkhole. You wake up tomorrow, the whole house is underneath. Maybe the foundation of that house was built only to have 1 story. Then you have made 3 stories there. So we want those certification of occupation, not because we're populist, but because we want to give you facts for you to go open criminal cases against these people. They are putting children of our people, our bosses who vote for us, in danger. So we want you to confirm first if they have those occupational certificates or not. If not, you'll tell us what to do. We will meet Honorable Khakao NSFAS in March. We said when we are doing the program, we will allow them to go to institutions, make sure that we have a smooth transition, and then we'll call them in March when everything else has settled. So we'll go to them. We had a strategic plan as the department, as the committee, on the 2nd to the 4th of September 2025. In that presentation that the DG did to us, he indicated that they have about 3 billion MMP on phase 3 and 4 of the SHIP program. This 3 billion initially had 8 institutions and 19 campuses, but 2 institutions pulled out, UJ and UCT. So there's 6 left. The 6 that are left includes Walter Sisulu for student housing project. How far is the department with you? Have they communicated? Because this, they should be in writing. You'll give it to us in writing. How far are they with communicating that? And if there's no movement, because part and parcel of why we said they must prioritize rural-based institution. It was because, in fact, the allocation there says 70% of those beds must be built in rural institutions and 30% in urban institutions. So WUSU, I can't remember who else, I think UL, Mampi, I can't remember, but WUSU is part of them. So, yeah, UJ can be a rural institution. I was talking about the rural ones. Or you are refusing UL is rural. So we'll get that in writing. I think VC, congratulations. I think you have a good team. You just need to be strong. I know sometimes when you enter a system, you find people in the system. You might get people who don't want to take instructions because, but no, she found me. And I'm not suggesting this is the case, but I'm saying it happens sometimes. Try and be as inclusive as possible. But being inclusive does not mean lowering the standards. If somebody does not deliver, you have a responsibility to say no. Because we want to support Honorable Msezana, female emerging academics to lead our institutions, to show leadership. But also don't make mistakes that you can't defend. We sometimes have, we had to fight with, you know me, I'm raised chair by a single mother. And my mother would have said to me, almost everything that I've learned, almost would have came from her teachings. And some of the teachings that she would have given is that we must allow, we must give support to women to lead. I said this when I attended with Honorable Msezana. We attended the inauguration of the Vice Chancellor at MUT on the 1st of November 2024. And they asked me to say something, and I said, VC, please lead this institution. It comes from administration. The problem with the institutions that come from administration is that there are people who believe the assessor and probably the administrator, they were wrong, and they want to prove it. Unfortunately, it's you at the helm, so they want to prove it with you. So don't enter those. Also, I then took an opportunity to speak to another female Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mayekis, who was present. I said, Prof, there's allegations that you also now want to overstay. At the time, we're having disagreements with the former Vice Chancellor, and I'm happy to report that he's now former Vice Chancellor of University of Limpopo, because he was there forever. I said, it has come to our attention that you also want to do this. Please don't. You have started a university from scratch. When there was no student, you were a Vice Chancellor. You started with 124 students. Now we're approaching 15 or 20,000. The infrastructure that you have built there is next to nothing. You have done well. If there are council members who are asking you to stay beyond, don't do it for your own legacy. And then I thought we agreed until in 2020, beginning of 2025. She agreed that they must give her an extension. And they said, no, 2 years until they get a suitable. When I saw that word, suitable candidate, I remembered University of Limpopo, that they advertised 3 times in 8 years. And when they advertise, they don't get a suitable candidate. They wait for 3 years. They're still looking for a suitable candidate. So when I heard that word, we did not find a suitable candidate, I was traumatized because I remembered Teflon. So I want to advise you as well, VC. Let's not do things that we will not be able to defend legally. You know, let's run an institution. We are here, we'll support. Honorable Sazana is just joking when he says, I seems to be on your side. I've said it, we are on the side of the people who are doing right. We are not ashamed to say so. If you do right, we're on your side. We're going to support you, but we'll support you only if you continue to do right. We'll have this discussion about what is a university expected to do in resolving criminal matters, especially including security of both students and workers. It's a discussion I think we must have with the Minister of Police and Defense, because sometimes we're underfunded so much that we can't even afford to bring in extra security on campus. That's not we don't fund more there because it's not our core business. We fund our core business with teaching, learning, and research, and maybe community engagement. So we must have, as this committee, we'll look at it, must have a conversation, because this is not the first time. We lost over 300 million rands of infrastructure at Fort Hare. And even today, there are still pointing figures. It's this one, it's that one, it's this one, it's this one. And everybody makes a valid point on why must it be that one. They make a valid point. But our chair was that there was a governance failure that led to that thing. Because why would council allow management to wait for the term of office of the SRC to finish before they run elections? And immediately when that term ends, they say, no, we're putting our own interim SRC. So it means, as a student, you would have said, they waited for this, because students don't organize their own SRC elections. It's management. So management waited for our term to end so that they can put their own people. We're not going to be led by them, or refusing. So for me, that is where Chair, council should have reined in and said, no. The same SRC, you continue for a month, we will help you convene elections. And there must be consequence management on this management that would have led to this thing. But what does council do? They say, no, management is fine. In fact, VC, your term ends today, because we have a retirement policy here that says when you turn 65, you go home. So we've given you a report, a contract that ends on your birthday, right? Because you're turning 65. And then they say, no, because that term was not full 5 years, we're extending it for the remainder of the 5 years from the day of inception. Something extremely regular. They themselves, they know. We asked them, we went there, we asked them, Honorable Christians, you were there, you asked them, what is this? They could not answer. All they did to us was to say, no, we're waiting for a legal opinion. We're waiting for, when that legal opinion comes, itself needs a legal opinion. It comes from a senior counsel, with all due respect, I say. One, The senior counsel who did the legal opinion failed to disclose a conflict of interest. That him and the vice chancellor serve in one board currently of one institution, failed to disclose. Now, where we are sitting, you are making us believe that this thing is cooked. You are making it very difficult for us to argue against that narrative. So, counsel, when the VC is not doing what she's supposed to do, you can be on her side, no problem. But only if you are able to defend. But if she does wrong things, because she's your employee, rein in on her. For an example, even this thing of students saying student accommodation that you are supposed to decommission has been allocated, you must give her a task, bring us a report. And the report must make sense. She must come and say, indeed, Dean X and Y did this thing and this is the consequence. I've given them written warnings. Why are they undermining the decision of council, of my employers, when I'm the CEO of this institution? We don't have time, but I'll send them to you in writing. You put together a commission last year. It's supposed to finalize in February, if I'm January. So the report is supposed to come out soon. We're interested in what the commission will, because we believe that we should not have the same problems elsewhere. So we must publish those for others to learn. Free State University made a mistake similar to Fort Hare at almost the same time. Communicated what NSFAS was doing before. Now they're better now. But NSFAS will put students, will give you a university an assurance that Tebogo is funded. And in June, NSFAS rise to the university says, Tebogo was only funded for TVET, not you universities. But you haven't cut cost. You have taken somebody else's space, you have put him there. And then Tebogo would have been at home if he did not get this letter. Now he has a debt of 178,000 because of this decision of NSFAS. So University of Free State did the same. Somewhere during the year, they say, we no longer take concession. If you owe more than 25,000, if you don't pay 15,000 in January, we don't take you. And they take this decision, register, outside the student. They don't consult with the students. Because they probably had the mentality you had of that students are conflicted, which is wrong. Then students demonstrate. They say, no, we don't agree. Because this is a tactical exclusion of poor people who the system says they are too rich to be funded by NSFAS, but they are too poor to afford accommodation. So this system seeks to exclude these people. Then they demonstrate. What does the university do? They bring in security. These ones, they could not refuse it because we saw it, we saw videos. They brought in serious security people there. The security themselves were the one breaking windows of res, putting in tear gas themselves. But if we did not have videos, the university would have taken pictures and said, it's students who vandalized the university. There we saw it. Where we did not get a video is at Fort Hare. There were students say, no, you don't understand. There's ICU here on campus. They are probably getting closer to something. That is why the first building to burn was to be admin block. Admin block bent. Management say, no, it's students. That is why we brought in security, extra security. That's extra security in 3 weeks. Cost the university almost 11 million. We asked them, give it to us in writing. 10.8 million in 3 weeks. We went there with Honorable Mseza. Hey, You know, when I got there, I was even asking, what kind of a gun is this? It was the first time I see such, so he's from KZ and he knows all the guns. So I was asking, I was asking, what kind of a gun? He says, no, this one is a revolver. Hey. So, first time seeing such things. You know, a big gun like this has something round in between. Got bad things there. It was a Western military camp. So he was giving me the names of all the guns. You know? 10.8 million, but we've lost infrastructure. So council, we wish you well. I think we're ready. We're satisfied with the state of readiness. We just need the department to come back to us about helping the institution with the infrastructure of ICT. Because, I mean, having 300,000, at Fort Hare when we went there, they had said to us they'd spend 45 million on residences. We could not see even 45 rents that was spent there because stoves were not working, barricking, the toilet were a mess, nothing, shower caps, lights, windows. I don't know, this one was during the strike, but they said they spent 45 million. So we asked them, where is this 45 million? So where did you, that's why you saw the CFO there and started jumping. He did not want to account. No, Musazan was asking me a simple question. No, he wants to, because the question, where is it? Where did you spend it? You know, so now if your budget is about 300,000, yes, you'll not do anything. So we must help you guys, the department must help. It's an HDI, you know. My other name, Chair, is Walter. So I love this institution because, you know, we share a name with this institution. So the D-head must help. All other questions, I think, we'll send. But we want to thank you, Labour. We're happy that you are able to consolidate, even though you did not consolidate. You just merged them into one, but it's okay. We really appreciate student leadership. Thank you very much, even though halfway through, maybe you were in solidarity with the Deputy President. You decided to take off PPE because Deputy President was not wearing PPE. But we want to thank you, student leadership. Council members, I know, you know, I was in court in January, so I know the costs of going to court. You know, how much you guys charge per hour, how much you charge per day, and you have been here the whole day, and according to your own, you were also here yesterday. So I know how much roughly, if you're supposed to be in court today, how much you have lost. We really appreciate. We don't take it for granted. Council members, no. The chair doesn't claim that kind of money from council. This one. So I want to thank you, council members. We know you have other responsibilities. You chose to be here. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, when you are a council member, it's like you're a member of parliament or a councillor. It's a thankless job. Some people in management, they will accuse you of being too operational. And if you are not, we will accuse you of not knowing what you are doing. So you are caught between a hard and a rock place. But we want to thank you. We are very comfortable. There's that council member who's not here, Mantash. Last time when we were together there, he was giving us dialectics, you know, taking us through. I would have hoped that he would be here. Maybe in writing, Chair. We had raised issues with the conduct of your employee called Dube. I did not see him here today. Maybe in writing, you'll just tell us why was he not in the meeting. Because, in fact, we came here based on the responses we would have given that there's this and that here, there's, you know, and we would have expected him to be here. Obviously, I would also have asked him again about his trip to both Johannesburg and Durban. But the most important one will, why was he not here? What is the issue? We want to thank the department, the DG. I did not present the apology of the DG because the DG sends us an apology at 11:53 for a meeting that started at 9. For a meeting that he knew on the 9th of January when we sent invites. And he sends us an apology at 11:50. I did not present it here because I must tell him I rejected it. And then his reason is that he's attending interviews. Let's assume that is right. He did not know at 11:53 that he's attending interviews in the department. He knew latest Friday that, Chief, you are going to have interviews because we're hiring in the department on Monday. You decide to write to us when the meeting is on. We're not taking it. He says he will join us tomorrow. We're in Grafrenet tomorrow. We will see. We want to thank colleagues from NSFAS. NSFAS has done very well, honestly speaking. What you said gave me comfort to what is it that I'm, picking up. And I think Kanelo was right to Wasim, especially on assisting institution with information that is needed. Funding decisions for new students, and that thing has assisted. So I must just thank him only on that. Say, on other things we just concentrate and just say, we're still observing others. Because a colleague from NSFAS says, no, we're working with the solution partners. And then the NSFAS said, we're removing them, they're taking us to court. So on that one, we're not commenting for now. Chaba from the department, thanks, Bafetu, for coming. Members of Parliament, I know this is your second week on the road. We started last week Sunday, went to Limpopo. It was very hot, Chair, in Limpopo. But at least we got mangoes and very big bananas. What do you call them, Dr. Christians, those bananas? The big bananas there. There's a word that you and Kabo were talking about there. I forgot what it's called. But thanks very much to our capable team, the support staff of the committee, Parliament TV, thank you very much. We were streaming live on YouTube the whole time. We really appreciate. There was a problem of sound here and there, but we came through. So, yeah, and in the committee we've got influencers. So whoever an influencer, he's got a phone holder here. So he says he was streaming live on TikTok. He's a serious influencer. So, but we normally encourage colleagues to review their responses. There are certain questions that you may not remember. You'll get them there because they were asked you. So if you go there, look at, okay, this was the question. Maybe I answered this way because I did not hear the question. So it helps. So that even when you respond, you say to us, Chair, we may have said this in the meeting, but it's because we did not hear. After consulting hindsight, here's an answer. Maybe let's do so. It will assist us. I don't know who I've not thanked. Office of the Deputy Minister, Dube Ngube, is always with us. I did indicate that we're hoping, Dr. Christians, that the Office of Deputy Minister Gondwe will also join us. I thought they will join us this week. Maybe we'll have a conversation with her. Next week, Thursday, we've got State of the Nation address. So maybe we'll remind her that as a deputy minister in the portfolio, she's accountable to the portfolio committee. And at least if she's not there, her office should be there to keep her abreast on issues that may affect her area of deployment. So I want to thank you, colleagues. All the best for the year. We hope not to see you this year. Don't appear on the news for wrong things. If you appear on the news, it must be because we are communicating the achievement, the milestones that, you are achieving. Don't be afraid to communicate them. You become number one in something, even if it's table tennis. Communicate, you are number one in South Africa. You can clarify later that you meant in table tennis. But you must say you are number one university in South Africa, unless when they ask you, no, we meant in table tennis, but let's try, let's communicate what we are doing. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.